numbers in the year. Matter not addressed.
So, as we stand, it's not addressed. We'll note that as a committee. Thank you.
Right.
Yes, kindly. We provide those documents.
Yes. So we have the payment for this. Yeah. We have the payment for this. Yeah.
Next query.
Definitely.
Thank you, Chair. Unsupported expenditure on office and general supplies and services. The statement of receipt and payment reflects use of goods and services of an amount of Kenya shillings 1,041,341,564, which include an amount of 24,698,126 in respect of office and general supply services, and as disclosed in Note 4 to the financial statement. However, supporting documents include the payment voucher total to Kenya shillings 5,037,000 for 5 shillings were not provided for audit.
Chairman, we supporting documents including payment vouchers totaling to 5 million and that 7,405 have been provided for audit verification. It is in Annex 4.3A.
Honorable Matthew, can you look at 4.3A so that we can see whether they are correct supporting documents? We have 4.3A or 4.3.
It's 4.3. The one I'm seeing is 4. The one that has payment voucher, I believe.
Let me request Honorable Matthew to take us through the annexure.
Chairman, according to the attached documents, which is 4.3, which is a payment voucher to Petros Enterprise Limited. This one is 889, and we have Starbanks Company Limited 1 million. We have Wikra 1.4, and then 400 for Stafflo, and then 735. This one totaling to 4.6 million, Chair. I think it's not that 5 million.
So it means the whole amount cannot be accounted for at the moment. And
We have the last one. I think we have the last one. The last one for 600. 664 plus 654. It is 5.2. This one.
now, you see, okay, it has been supported, which is well and good. But to avoid this in future, maybe I'd like to know from you why was it not provided during that audit when the auditor was there? Because I don't think these were documents that were bulky or Why was it not supplied at that moment?
Chair, we normally, whenever the auditors come and ask for documentation, we really have to provide. I don't know how it was, it became an omission that it was not seen, yet all this documentation, because these things were in the files, they were there. They were there, and it could have been just a slight oversight from the auditor, because all this information was with us.
So they are accurate documents, or they were maybe made later on, or maybe documented later on. After
the payment forgers, you know, were there.
Yes, can comment?
Thank you, Chair. I've been hearing the head of finance saying maybe the issue were given to auditors, but before we issue any report, we usually have audit query report. We go to management report, we go to draft report, then we go to the final report. And I don't think the issue of the unsupported payment can pass all that procedure until to the final report.
Yes, I think you have actually verified what I was worried about. There are stages. In fact, up to now, when did you provide? When was it provided? Is it during response?
Thank you, Chair. I received the response on Saturday.
So plus the documentation.
Yeah.
So how can we say these documents are authentic and not manufactured for the sake of the sitting? Because you had all the time to answer this query, which looks very easy to answer, but it took time to get documentation at that moment. What was it that was preventing you from getting a voucher? Just a single paper and a breakdown. Because it seems these are not even system generated vouchers. It is like something that can even be done and backdated. How can we justify that these documents are legitimate? Because if it was not provided during all that process, then provided on Saturday, to me, I don't think it is a legitimate document. How else can we justify that? What further backup will you give us? Because we have the powers to reject these documents and say you didn't provide when it was required. Okay, anyway, we will do further scrutiny of the documents, and so far, Auditor General, is it addressed? It is addressed, but as committee, we will do our own findings.
Honorable Chair, just to clarify on that, these documents, all these documents are authentic, and we've attached all the necessary documents, including the procurement supporting documents. So all, and they are fully signed by the officers involved. Regarding the non-submission, I think that is a matter which we've taken note, and we are going to address it. It's because the custody of these documents are with each accounting officer. So they are at different departments, and probably there were maybe delays in submitting these documents, but we've taken note, and it will not recur. Thank you.
Now, the big question is now, because a document like this maybe can take a phone call to tell someone, or even if you have communication channels within the county, and requesting for such a document will not take ages. What does it mean? Does it mean that there are inefficiencies in the operations, so that somebody can stay with a document that is required within an hour, takes maybe several months or several weeks? Could it also be capacity building that is needed to have somebody supply documents? Or could somebody be sleeping on their job somewhere, so that when you ask for a document, they don't respond within the required time, or they don't care whether that document is important or not? Because those are the things that are affecting our county, even including in the implementation of other programs, whereby a document is needed so that you move to the next step of implementation of the programs. That's where maybe we need to know, moving forward, we might request the Auditor General to come and check the processes. And if it is audited, if it can be audited, then we need to know why someone stays with a document for a long time, when such a document seems it can be provided within a short time. Let's move to the next step.
And maybe final, in conjunction with what you have said, Chairman, is that what are the roles of respective directors in every department? I think those are the people who should be tasked to ensure that these documents are available. Maybe the CEO and the CEC, maybe they have a lot of work, but I think the directors should be up to the task to ensure that all these relevant documents are provided on time and accumulated so that final report can be, as you are making final submission, there is no any department which are lacking behind on documentation. Because if you cannot avail during the audit, you cannot avail again during the submission to the assembly. Up to now, when you are coming to Senate or to assembly, I think there must be laxity and there must be somebody which should be responsible for the same.
Then also, Chairman, with the presented forecast, I think even Fernandez and the team, you'll agree with us that internal auditor also need to have signed. You can check the documents. The all forecast has not been signed by the internal auditor. So that is just but an oversight that can be corrected. It's possible.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you, Chair. Transfer to other government entities. Transfer to Bomet Water Company. The statement of receipt and payment reflects an amount of Kenya shillings 815,691,591.99 shillings in respect of transfer to other government entities and as disclosed in Note 6 to the financial statements. However, review of the IFMIS payment details revealed payments of Kenya shilling 31 million made to Bomet Water Company, which was not included in the transfer to other government entities.
Response.
Honorable Chair, the management acknowledges the auditor's observation. However, we wish to clarify that the amount paid to Bomet Water on behalf of the Wasco for bulk water supply was Kenya shillings 12 million and not 31 as observed. The amount of Kenya shillings 12 million was disclosed in the financial statements as transfers to other government entities under Note 6. Further, Chair, the amount of Kenya shillings 31 million as per the IFMIS payment details was inclusive of stopped payments of Kenya shillings 7 million on 9th February 2023, Kenya shillings 7 million again on 11th April 2023, and Kenya shillings 5 million on 26th October 2022 due to insufficient funds as evidence in Annex 51A. Additionally, acknowledgement receipts from Bomet Water are attached in Annex 51B.
Let me request Honorable Rowan to kindly look at the annexes, Annex 5.1A and Annex 5.1B.
Thank you, Chairman. We have an RTGS printout detailing the stoppage of 7 million, 7, and then 5 million. So that brings to a total of 19 million. Then in
That's 12.
5.1b is an acknowledgement receipt from Bomet Water Company on April 28, 2023 of 7 million, and additionally on 28 December 2022, acknowledgement receipt of payment totaling 5 million. But I have a question then. The standard practice, how will you raise payment when you know you do not have money? Because it's also possible that the payment of up to 19 million went through, okay, even without, I know this one, and you'll take us through 151A, Fernandez, because how will you initiate a payment of 31 million when you know you only have 12 million? How is that even possible? And because I'm dealing with certified public accountants, members of the ISPAC, is that possible, Waziri?
Surely it shouldn't, because we make payments according to the budget. And if we have a budget for an item, we will, of course, prepare the expenditure for the same. But in the absence of that, it is unfortunate that there was such payments done. But I'm happy that they noted when it reached our hand, it was stopped by the officers. Yeah.
Thank you. To add on that, Honorable Chair, sometimes at the point of we process all the entries up to internet banking level, and sometimes there are delays in the exchequer releases, and that necessitates now if we do not receive funding, and we are also required to stop these payments. In this financial year 2022-2023, there was a budgetary allocation both in development and recurrent in water to pay Bomet Water. So when it was charged to wrongly charged to recurrent, we had to stop those payments and process from the development account.
So, yes, Honorable Matthew.
Okay, I want to refer Fernandez or Waziri to 5.1b. That is the payment of the 7 million. This is paid by Kericho County government. Bait number is 0770 at 254,779. That's 00. Mode of payment is M-Pesa, and then total amount paid is 7 million. Or I'm in a wrong page. Payment of Comet. What of payment is M-Pesa? I want to know. I want just to know. I am asking.
It's not possible, Honorable Chair, to make payments from M-Pesa.
But the document.
This is a document from the other side. It's a third-party document. We do not have control over how they capture. The most important is this is a receipt of payment which was done by county government of Kericho to Bomet. And it is all our payments are done through RTGS.
Director, I'm not saying that it was paid, but I am just asking because this file is originated from your end. I want to know if it is possible that we do payment or through an M-Pesa of 7 million.
It's not possible.
Oh, it's not possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
So before the Auditor General gives his opinion, I still want to believe when you are making payments, you do requisitions, is it? Is it even requisition? I don't know. Maybe you'll have to teach me that. What you do, you prepare something. Then money is transferred from that account to, if it was Bomet, but ideally it comes first of all. Because what you can see from here, there is something that I want you to see from 41B, 1A. Sorry, I'm just taking over briefly. The transaction, and I want to invite you. There is an account, a debit account. So the first two was stopped. There is one that was stopped at the debit end, but the other ones I don't know the status on the other end. If suppose these monies were successfully transferred from CRF to the account within the county, and that money is paid elsewhere, so that you stop. It didn't go to Bomet, but it served another purpose. Is that possible, Fernandez?
It's a requirement, Honorable Chair, from the Office of the Controller of Budget.
Yeah.
That when you are requesting for funds, you give a list of
where they are going.
Where they are going, and
Correct.
they will not. We've never requested for funds and paid a different company not in the list of the requisition.
Okay. Okay then. So you are telling this committee, including the Auditor General, that these monies were stopped at before Central Bank dispersed.
What we requested is the 7 million and the 5 million, the 12 million, which was authorized, and that is what we requested and paid.
And then, so what happened to the 19, which were finally stopped at the midway in the process? Because when you stop this, it means there was a process that had been initiated. Because, so that when you gave us these RTGS, what does that mean? That there were going to be money transferred from one account to the other one. But midway, because you suspected there is no money, you stopped. And I'm going to ask you another one. These monies, the 19 million is not captured in the total recurrent expenditure. If you've checked, the 815 million provided for in the budget doesn't capture the 19 million. Where are you trying to get this money from?
Honorable Chair, I've just looked at the supplementary budget, and there was a reduction. There was a reduction of the budgetary allocation. Yes.
That warranted the stoppage.
Yeah.
So that necessitated the stoppage of the 19 million. Okay then. Auditor General, Auditor.
Before Auditor, I think in the morning I did explain that some of us, we might not be having that energy to calculate a lot of things, but will be guided by the team here. I want just to know if this document is not originating from your end. Can we patch the document? I want to know just to know the payment of 7 million through M-Pesa. If it is possible that we patch the document so that cannot be part of the documentation that we have. Because with that energy, Nyasina, it has some contacts. I can call Kericho Water and Sanitation Company 0724 to find out, or can you pay 7 million using an M-Pesa? Yes, I need to know if we can.
Okay, the honorable member, it is really noted. The transaction in December payment was through Cooperative Bank. I hadn't even seen this one, and I really must apologize. And this one was done via M-Pesa. The 7 million. Fernandez. What is your response to this? This is your own document, eh? This is your own document, 451B.
Chairman, if you can allow, we have even the everything, all the details, the account number, the date, reference, M-Pesa reference, that one after transaction. Iko na kila kitu. So I want to know from Waziri and the team if this can be part of the documentation. Because if we can continue like this when we are under the receiver of revenue, Chairman, it will build the confidence that there is someone also opening account with this sort of personal number to collect revenue. Yes, this one we also have basis.
Waziri, the 51B gives all the details, the number which is paying. It is paid by Kericho County. Of course, they are very long. And then the paid phone is 0790. It is not even complete. And then the reference. Now, how is this possible even? Was this, how can you even pay 7 million via M-Pesa? Is that possible? So if we were to go an extra mile as a committee and try to establish if indeed Bomet was in receipt of these monies, are you giving us that? Go ahead, Waziri.
Chair, go ahead and invest, because personally there is no way one individual can send 7 million. How surely can you send 7 million through M-Pesa? It is not possible.
That is what we are asking. Even as we are thinking that it is possible from their end, I think.
But you see now, it is their receipt, their acknowledgement. You know, they are acknowledging from the other end, telling us we have received your money.
Waziri, or could it be that that 1 million was sent to the account, then 7 million the 7 million was withdrawn, then paid by M-Pesa?
No.
No.
I think, Honorable Chair, I think we are talking of a system which is used by the receiving company to issue receipts. And probably, maybe the person who was entering has set that system to default settings, because most of the customers actually pay through M-Pesa. So if it is in their default settings, it will automatically pick maybe M-Pesa. But it is not practical, and we can confirm and verify that all payments from Kericho County are done through RTGS. We do not have any M-Pesa, and we can even confirm through the bank statements.
That's why Fernandez have requested, if it is possible, that we don't need to allow the document to be part of your, or we just admit the document is part of your evidence.
Yes, because they acknowledge receipt on the other end.
Thank you, members. Maybe we'll, as a committee, we still have the mandate to make more inquiries if necessary.
Maybe to demystify this is the support of bank statement, RTGS transaction from our end to them, so that when we'll be doing our report, we'll say there was erroneous acknowledgement from Bomet that they received through M-Pesa, but we are on our end, we paid through RTGS. I think that is because you know, this is a house of facts and we cannot distort facts, so we need anything that goes to our records be backed by facts. So you will provide us with a bank statement or RTGS transaction from our end to Bomet, yeah, so that we can rest this case.
Thank you. Let me give the order to comment. And
thank you, Chair. The issue has been partially addressed. Let the committee decide.
Thank you. let's move to the next query.
5.2 transfer to Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Project. The statement of receipt and payment reflects a transfer to other government entities of an amount of Kenya shillings 815,691,599, which include an amount of Kenya shillings 217,517,463 in respect of transfer to Kenya Climate Smart Agricultural Projects and as disclosed in Note 6 to the financial statement. However, review of the IFIS payment details revealed payment totally to Kenya shillings 149,190,521, resulting to unexplained and unreconciled variance of Kenya shilling 68,326,942.
Sponsor.
Chair, Honorable Chair, it is true that Kenya Climate Smart Agricultural Project received a total amount of Kenya shillings 149,190,521 from the World Bank and county contribution through development account as per the table below. It is worth noting that Kenya Climate Smart Agricultural Project is not a self-reporting entity and is consolidated with the county executive financial statements. Further, the actual expenditures are disclosed under transfers and its cash and bank balances of Kenya shillings 28,295,036.55 disclosed under Note 13A of the county executive financial statements. The variance of Kenya shillings 68,326,942 is the difference of actual expenditure and the transfers as per the table 4 and 5 below. And on this table, your Chairman, is that these are the transfers that were made. The CRF World Bank, county CRF World Bank on 16 September 2022, we got an amount of 53,504,006 shillings. County contribution, that is on development, 3rd November 2022, we made 5,500,000 shillings. And again, county contribution on the same 3rd November 2022, there was an entry of 3,194,800. County contribution on 3rd November again of 1,639,358. County contribution on the same 3rd of 9,108,902. County contribution on development account 3rd November of 3,562,876. CRF World Bank on 20th February 2023, we got 72,680,579. This totals to 149,190,521. On table 5, the reconciliation of transfers, expenditures in Kenya Climate Smart was 96,621,978. We add the receipts received of 149,195,21.65. There was a balance and a spend of 28,295,036 shillings 0.55. Actual expenditure in the financial statement under transfers to other government entities is 217,517,463.10 cents.
Auditor, do you have any comment about that?
Thank you, Chair. Management provided the supporting documents and reconciliation for Kenya shillings 68,326 and 392 for the audit verification. We were able to do for the financial year 2023 and 2024 for the locker, and the issue has been resolved.
Okay, if it's resolved, then we can move to the next question. Unless, is there any member who has a question? Then we move to the next question. Work on this question, then we go take lunch, which is ready, and then come back.
Thank you, Chair. Acquisition of assets and supported payment to various contractors. The statement of receipt and payment, and as disclosed in Note 9 to the financial statement, reflects an amount of Kenya shillings 1,754,673,761 in respect of acquisition of assets. Review of the EFIS payment details revealed that 15 contractors who were paid total amount of Kenya shillings 29,196,567 to supply various goods and services. However, supporting documents include the procurement documents, delivery documents, and inspection and acceptance reports are not provided for audit.
Chair, I think we endeavor to provide the documents as required. However, in this case, we are unable to determine the specific 15 contractors awarded contracts amounting to 29,196,561.
From the auditor.
Thank you, Chair. Management did not respond to the audit query, and the matter is not addressed. But I'm going to provide the detailed schedule for the manager to verify and give us all the data or payment voucher we want to look at.
So we need to provide to this committee. Okay, thank you. Now, any question from any member? Do you have a question?
I think it's simple, straightforward. Maybe we get the data and then the executive respond with the supporting document, and then before we proceed to write the report. I think that's it.
Thank you. Now, thank you very much, everyone, for the patience and the time that we have spent in answering questions. We will adjourn this meeting for 30 minutes. We go take lunch. Then when we come back, we finalize on the executive report. And then want to know whether the documents for the receiver of revenue is ready.
Allow me to communicate back to you, Chair, when immediately we resume.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we go to lunch, take lunch, because you see we are scheduled to do this session today and tomorrow. But if it was possible, because I know you had requested that you had other activities, was it? If it was possible, we could sacrifice up to around 6 or even up to 8, and so that we finish today. And tomorrow you can do other things.
In fact, yeah, I'm sorry. The chairman, Public Service Board, had requested me to start with issues that touches on them, and all those issues are in D6, in 6 point from 6 point something. So I don't know when we resume, because they are doing the shortlisting for the health staff.
Yes.
He's here with the secretary, and he had asked me. I'm so sorry that I didn't remember that we required us to handle the issues that touches on employees, so that they can respond to it, and we allow them to go and carry out the exercise out in Nakuru.
So we can take lunch. Yeah. Then when we come back quickly, we can look at the queries.
Start with those ones.
Thank you.
Chairman,
welcome.
Did you provide for us lunch?
Yes, lunch is ready. We'll have lunch.
Where?
The boardroom. Okay. Yes. Thank you. from the report it is 3.1. From the auditor's report, it is 3.1. Auditor, you can read the query.
Thank you, Chair. Compensation of employees. Non-compliance with fiscal responsibility principles. The payment on compensation of employees of Kenya shillings 2,776,973,6 constitute 42% of total revenue of Kenya shillings 6,681,961,783 shillings received during the year under review. This is 7% of above the limit of, contrary to Regulation 25(1)A and B of the Public Management County Government, Regulation 2015, which require that the County Executive Committee member, with the approval of the County Assembly, shall set a limit on the county government expenditure on wages and the benefit for its public office pursuant to Section 107(2) of the Act, and B, the limit set under the paragraph shall not exceed 35% of the county government and total revenue.
Chair, Honorable Chair, we concur with the auditor's observation. The reasons for the increase was occasioned by the implementation of the collective bargaining agreement, the CBA, for health workers, recruitment of enforcement officers, and harmonized of contractual staff. Additionally, due to non-realization of our own source revenue, this caused non-compliance with the fiscal responsibility in regard to the wage bill.
Okay, thank you. Maybe the question is, because you see the issue of non-compliance with the wage bill, which should be 35% of the budget, is it? As per the law.
The revenue.
Of the revenue, eh?
Yes.
So it should be 35% of the revenue. Now, what steps are you taking to ensure that you are complying in the future budgets?
Yeah, we, as a county, we have stopped recruiting of host recruitment, and we are working around the clock. We will start the RRI next week on our own source revenue, so that we can hit our target. If we can hit the target, definitely we will reduce the wage bill, because it is based on the amount collected in terms of revenue. So we are working around the clock as a county, and I've asked all the departmental heads to take lead in revenue collection. Each accounting officer has been appointed as a receiver of revenue, and they know their particular streams, and I've asked them to make sure they meet the target or even they surpass the target, and so far we are moving in the right direction. Yeah.
Now, is stopping recruitment, because you see we need to recruit ECD teachers, we need to recruit, we still need staff. Is it really a solution, or
the main solution is the increment of one source? If we can hit our target, then we will be on the safer side.
Okay, what I need to know is, because the issue of employment is we need to employ more people. Because I know we need more staff, especially with the revenue collectors, we need the ECT teachers, we need healthcare workers. What are you doing now? Because, okay, revenue is another topic, but okay, let's leave it at that, because I don't want to bring in the issue of labor and revenue. We can discuss it in a different forum. Any question from members? Do you have any question?
Okay, Chairman. I'm aware there is recruitment that is going on now. What will be the impact to Waziri with this wage bill? Where are we at the moment? I know Chairman Public Service Board is here and the Secretary.
So far, I think what we have only done is that confirmation that is going to affect us, the confirmation of the health workers. Definitely it is going to affect our wage bill. But for the recruitment, we really have to ascertain the availability of the budget so that we don't go in recruiting without a budget. We must ascertain that the department in question has sufficient funds to employ. And for your information, we are more particular about health because health now is like a standalone because of the FIF, and the money is allowed to be used at source. So because of the new law, the FIF Act. So that is the only department I can see we were a bit relaxed. But in any other department, we are not employing because we must really raise our own source, because the own source will only cure this problem.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I remember also in our supplementary, we allocated something for the 210 ECD teachers and 30 instructors. It's around 15 million. I don't know whether that is going to push the wage bill, because loading has happened. I want to believe you can confirm. And we thought, middle of the loading, we have those 210 and the 30 instructors because we budgeted for in the budget. But again, now that you've advised, it is based on the revenues. Waziri, you can then, this is something that you can just make a comment. Where are we at the moment? Because you normally tell me you're getting this real time.
Yeah.
OSR?
Where are we in OSR? 2 weeks ago, we were at 245 million.
245 million.
Yeah.
FIF?
We were at 440.
440.
Yes.
So the implication is we are likely to surpass FIF, but OSR, we might not.
We will work around the clock to see that we do something in OSR.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Let me give auditor to respond.
Thank you, Chairman. The issue is non-compliance with the law and regulation. Committee may decide.
Okay, thank you. I hope the team has noted. Let's go to the next question.
Non-compliance with law on ethics composition. The county recruited a total number of 271 new staff during the year. However, the number comprised of 260 members of staff from dominant ethnic group, forming 96% of the new staff composition. This is contrary to Section 65, 1E of the County Government Act 2012, which states that in selecting candidates for appointment, the County Public Service Board shall consider the need to ensure that at least 30% of the vacant posts at the entry level are filled by candidates who are not from the dominant ethnic community in the county. It is not clear what action the management is taking to remedy the anomaly.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The county government of Kericho inherited most of its staff from the defunct local authorities, which sourced its staff from the local dominant community. However, the County Public Service Board is recruiting staff to observe the minority communities. An extract of an advert where the minority community are encouraged to apply is hereby attached. That is Annex 17.2.
But Chairman, I think the question is very clear. The county government recruited a total number of 271 new staff, not those who are inherited under the defunct function. New staff, it is purely new staff. This is where, Chairman, we have interest. We want to know why some wards and some areas are being left out when it comes to recruitment.
True, when you talk about minorities and maybe people from other tribes, within the county we have cosmopolitan areas. For example, Kipkelion, we have people from various tribes, and within Kericho town, so we should see an increase in number, especially with the new ones. Maybe we need to know from you what strategies are you using to ensure that this number, even if it's from other tribes, they are residents of Kericho County. For information, where I represent, I have 2 polling stations from the minority and other areas where you all know, which we should see them also included in the number of people who should be employed from other tribes and even other counties.
Yeah, in fact, if you see our adverts, we really insist, we really ask the minority to apply. I think that the intention of the Public Service Board is to really have them on board so that they can also be included, because it is a requirement in law, and the chairman is here who can also attest to this.
Now, for example, in my area, they still complain, leave alone the auditor noted, maybe by looking at the numbers and the figures. But now, some of us get real complaints from the residents saying, why are we not getting chances to get employed, and yet we are the residents of this county?
In the same aspect, Chairman, is that I represent a ward where composition of the residents is roughly, I can say 30, 30, 30. It is the whole nation in that ward, and they normally apply. You mean they are not qualified? Or can we get a better explanation towards that? Because if it is a percentage that is required, I think it is very possible to attain. What normally happens when it comes to recruitment and giving opportunities to other communities as well in this county?
Chair, allow me to request the Chairman, County Public Service Board, to help me on that.
Allowed.
Honorable Chair, I want to state that County Public Service Board has always gone out of its way to encourage other communities, minority communities, to apply. In most cases, usually when there are appointments, there are a particular number of positions. And when we do shortlisting and interviews, normally we ensure that there is equal distribution in all the wards. So at times this might be, but we have ensured that minorities are given special consideration, just like those who are disabled. They will also give them favorable consideration, especially after they have met all the requirements, the minimum requirements that are required to be shortlisted. What happens that the figure has appeared to have been decreasing because of maybe those who are inherited from defunct local authorities. Many of them have been retiring, some have been transferring to other counties, and this has negatively affected our percentage. Otherwise, we have been appointing, we have been recruiting, particularly the minority communities who are based within Kericho town and also Kipkelion West. So we have been
giving them special consideration, particularly when they qualify for interview after shortlisting. Maybe I can ask the CEO also to add on this.
So maybe with the chair, maybe as the CEO is answering, we're referring to the year ended that June 2023. So, Chairman of the Public Service Board, the question was on the period, the new recruits. Out of 271, 260 are from one ethnic group. So as you've explained that over the years, we've understood, but this one is specific. And so I want to know, maybe as you answered the CEO, you could tell us maybe the facts, the figures.
Most probably, based on the particular numbers that you're referring to,
yes,
it could have been affected by those who qualified.
Okay, those who qualified.
Those who qualified after shortlisting.
Shortlisting and then, okay.
And maybe because usually for a particular candidate to be appointed, must be able to score a certain percentage, which is scored by all the members of the board, given based on the response to questions that are raised during the interview. They are normally awarded marks, and this might many might have been affected, but usually we give special consideration when it comes to minority community.
Okay, maybe the last question on that is that, so now as a board, what are you doing to remedy that problem? Because I think it will be recurring every financial year. So, I mean, there must be a way you can explain that so that now, in the near future, when there are no, when one group is applying only, you need to inform also the public that we have done recruitment, but this is the outcome on the number of applications. We have never seen a report from Public Service Board saying that after advertisement, this is the long list, this is a short list, and this is there for those who have gotten to be employed. I think if you do that, then this query will be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask the auditor to comment.
Thank you, Chair. The issue is a non-compliance with the law. Let the committee decide.
Okay, thank you. We'll retreat and decide on this one. Next question.
Thank you, Chair. Non-adherence to one-third basic salary rule. As disclosed in Note 3 to the financial statement, the statement of receipt and payments show compensation of employee payment amounting to Kenya shillings 2,776,973 and 6, which include an amount of 775,043,366 in respect of the basic salary of permanent employee. However, review of the integrated payroll and personnel database for the year ended 30th June 2023 revealed that 83 officers were drawing net salary less than a third of their monthly basic salary. This is contrary to Section 19.3 of the Employment Act 2007, which provides that total deductions from salaries of employees shall not exceed 2/3 of the respective basic salaries.
Honorable Chair, we wish to confirm that during the year under review, the Tax Law Amendment Act 2020, which was ascended to once again is the harsh economic effects of COVID-19 pandemic. Attached is the next 17.3A. However, Honorable Chair, it's also worth noting that after the tax relief, a number of staff committed their pay slips, thus leading to earning below 1/3 rule of their basic salary. When the relief was lifted, the IBBD could not be reverted. After identifying the same, the county requested the relevant financial institutions where commitments were made to regularize the deductions to align with the law. The management has taken initiatives to communicate with affected staff to restructure their payslip commitments to comply with the 1/3 rule as evidenced in Annex 17.3b.
Now, this, I think in the conclusion, in the query, the auditor said the management breached the law. So when you breach the law, what does it mean? We have a legal team here, but maybe our auditor can explain to us when you said breaching the law.
Thank you, Chairman. In our report, we say that in the circumstance, the management was in breach of the law. The law which was breached in this regard is non-compliant with the regulation 193 of the Employment Act 2007, which said that the employee's net salary after deduction should not fall below 1/3 of their basic salary.
In these circumstances, what happens when the law is breached? Can ask the legal team. If a law is breached, especially on this issue, what happens?
Okay, thank you, Chair. When one flouts the law or the Constitution, somebody is held culpable of the same and charges will be given.
Can you respond on why the law was breached by having staff getting less than 1/3 of their salary?
Chair, it said, you know, this is during the COVID-19 when I think His Excellency, if we looked at those annexes that I've mentioned, you know, people were asked not
COVID was within around the year 2020, not 2022, 2023.
Of course, it must have spread after 2020 to these other years, but we acted. We also communicated to institutions to alert them that, yes, you've been recovering this. We need you to reduce the rates of your recovery so that we revert back to 1/3 rule.
Because when you're doing anything or doing any operations, I believe you do as per the law, what the law says. Whether there is COVID, because COVID, the law doesn't say when there is COVID, you just do one less than 1/3, and then after COVID, I think the law is very clear that the employee should not earn less than 1/3. It doesn't specify whether there was a circumstance that will lead to that. So your explanation you cannot attach COVID and this. It's the law, which is clear and straightforward. So let me give the auditor to comment whether there is a resolution and.
Maybe Chair.
Yes.
Maybe Chair. I think the basis of these audit queries is to also trigger you as a management to provide solutions, because if again nothing is done, I'm sure next year again we'll have the same report. So I would rather you tell us strategies you will use to ensure that this audit query will not recur. So what strategies do you have to ensure it does not recur? So for me, I'll be concerned on what happens as management to ensure that this kind of query does not recur in the near future, because it's something that if nothing is done right now, then I'm sure in the next report it will be the same story again. So maybe, Chair, that's what I want to hear from the management.
Thank you. The strategies?
Chair, I think having noted the anomaly, we acted, and I believe in the next audit issues, we do not have this 1/3 rule. We have reverted back to our position, so that each employee should take away the 1/3 that we have acted.
Okay, Auditor, any comment?
Thank you, Chair. My recommendation is management should adhere to the law.
Yes.
you, Will. Next question.
Irregular payment of salaries outside the integrated payroll and personnel database. The statement of receipt and payment reflects compensation of employee expenditure, amount of Kenya shillings 2,776,973,006. However, included in the balance is Kenya shillings 80,108,526. Processed and paid outside the prescribed integrated payroll personnel database. System contrary to the National Treasury Circular number 13, 2019, dated 28 August 2019, which states that integrated payroll personnel database must support the allocation of personnel emolument. No explanation was provided by the management for the use of the manual system. In the circumstance, management was in breach of the law.
Honorable Chair, the payment outside the IPPD system was due to delay in processing personal numbers of county staff. Further, this mostly affected our interns who were brought on board at the same time. The management has since provided personal numbers to all interns and ECD teachers as attached in Annex 17 4.4a.
Okay. Has this matter been resolved, Auditor?
Thank you, Chair. Matter has been addressed.
Thank you. Any question from any member? Next.
Thank you, Chair. Lack of annual recruitment plan. Review of the human resource document revealed that during the year under review, new staff members were recruited, including 210 interns, 1 director, supply chain officer, 20 ECD supervisor, and 30 staff in the Department of Agriculture, which were not supported with the recruitment plan. This is contrary to Human Resource Plan B2.1, which said that every Ministry of State Department shall prepare human resource plan to support achievement of goals, objectives in their strategic plan. The plan shall be based on comprehensive job analysis and shall be reviewed every year to address emerging issues and needs. Further supporting documents, including the advertisement, selection panel, recommendation list, and recruitment plans, were not provided for audit. In this circumstance, the management was in breach.
Honorable Chair, we acknowledge the auditor's observation. However, we wish to state that the approved county staff establishment and organizational structure was used by the board as the basis to carry out the staff recruitment during the financial year under review. Further, human resource plans are a replica of the staff establishment and organizational structure. The departments also adequately identified and budgeted for the recruitment of the staff. In addition, the advertisement shortlisted candidates and successful candidates are as attached or shown in Annex 17.5.
Now, any question from members? Auditor?
Thank you, Chairman. The matter has been addressed.
Thank you. Next question. I think we are done with the issues touching on human resource.
Correct.
We now embark on the other pending issues so that we can conclude on this report. We'll be back to where we left
6.2.
Auditor, you can ask the questions.
Thank you, Chair. Unsupported other payments. The statement of receipt and payment reflects an amount of Kenya shillings 154,156,955 in respect of other payments as disclosed in Note 12 to the financial statement. However, the supporting schedules and payment vouchers were not provided for audit.
Honorable Chair, this was the one for 15 contractors where we are saying we need the list so that we can provide the information. So 6.2 is unsupported purchase of trucks and trailers.
You're talking about unsupported other payments, eh?
Okay, unsupported trucks, yes. Chair, Chair, we acknowledge the auditor's observation. However, we would like to point out that the purchase of the trailers was done through request for quotation, that is the RFQ, as stipulated in Section 105 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, and contract reference number CGK/Q/024/ENV/2022/2023 dated 8 December 2022 was made with online carriage and spares limited to fabricate and supply 2 trailers. Copies of requisition, quotation, inspection report, and store records are attached as Annex 6.2A. Further, the trailers were inspected by our mechanical department and approved to be mechanically fit.
Now, sorry, I think there is a question we jumped, number 6. A question of assets and supported payments of various contractors. I've not had.
Yeah, that one we said we needed a list to be provided for the 15 contractors in question.
Okay. Now we are in the next one, which is 6.2.
Yes.
So you're the one you are ready right now. You have given us the query. Let me ask Auditor, how far is this matter?
Management has provided the supporting documents on the matter addressed.
Good. Okay. Next question. Unsupported payments. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Unsupported other payments. The statement of receipt and payment reflects an amount of Kenya shillings 154,156,955 in respect of other payments and as disclosed in Note 12 to the financial statement. However, the supporting schedules and payment vouchers were not provided for audit.
Chair, the expenditure of Kenya shillings 154,156,955 is in respect of other payments related to agency notice served to the county government. The amount was deducted at source by the Kenya Revenue Authority, and we have attached the agency notice Annex 7.777A.
Now, I would like to ask the members to look at these documents for the Kenya Revenue Authority, because if I'm not wrong, is this a document that you are penalized? There's a place where you are penalized for not remitting on time. And I would like to know the reason why there was penalty for not remitting on something that you have already paid for. Because if I'm not wrong, I saw something like penalty of around 60 million. Honorable Rowan, can you, I think you can go through that document.
Chairman, it is true. And this is in relation to VAT. Okay, it's a number. Maybe what Waziri should be telling this committee and the auditor is why would we be penalized for failing to remit, yet the deduction had been made. Was it?
Thank you, Chairman. The KRA carried out an audit from the financial year 2016 up to 2022. And having done that, we provided the necessary explanations and the documentation. However, KRA were not satisfied in some and slapped us with the, if you look at the breakdown, we have the withholding VAT, withholding income tax, car benefits, and rent. Chairman, this is the period when the integration of the system of KRA, iTax, IFMIS, and internet banking, the central bank. And at that point, there were still some teething problems in the system, such that in IFMIS, the tax element wasn't going through to the IB, internet banking platform. So with all those problems, they accumulated some taxes which were due to be paid to KRA. And when they did that assessment, they gave us that and deducted at source. And usually KRA will communicate directly with the bank, with the central bank. And once the money is approved, it is deducted at source. Also, Chairman, I think this is an issue which we also need to address and appropriate the funds accordingly. For example, we give mortgages and car loans to officers, and you know that's a fringe benefit which is charged on the employer. So it means that we also need to appropriate money for that, so that we are able to remit the taxes and comply accordingly.
So now the thing that I'm asking is the penalties, because I cannot assume that maybe we will be basing on either a system or an upgrade or something like that. Because if KRA understood what you are saying, then why did they slap us with the penalty? Yet they understood your explanation. They should not have given me with the penalties.
Honorable Chair, we paid the principal amount. We negotiated with the taxman to waive the interest and the penalty. So what was due was the amount which, the principal amount, that is what we disclosed as the 154 million.
So we have all the documents to actually justify and verify the accuracy.
Chair, the document is just behind in my folder. 7A is where they are detailing the principal, the penalty, the interest. But after negotiation, you go behind. There is another one that is showing Kericho County tax reconciliation. So they did a reconciliation and tabulated monthly from July 2015, 2015 to 2016, July 2016, 2017, all the way to July 2021 and May 2022, a total of 89,923,000. Then again, there is another one on the next table, which is totaling to 64. So in total, we were chopped 154,156,000 instead of 244,262,790. So meaning the negotiation was fruitful with the taxman. We could have parted with 244 million, but we negotiated down until they accepted to just take 154. And we are saying we need a budget for this going forward, because this is an occurrence that is occurring. And they'll just decide. Once they have given you this communication, the ask is to send to ZPK and remove. The moment you get the exchequer, they chop it. There you are, you will just remain without anything. Just come and show this is something that has gone to carry.
Okay, so Chairman, one question. If you look at that tabulated table, in 2022, 21, 22, 2020, 21, 22, it has the highest. In fact, with regards to withholding income tax, I'm sure Dr. George Kirer was the CEO then. Dr. What transpired, that is even the highest. And then, of course, if you look at the other one, just as Waziri says, yeah, it might have been there, and then you negotiate for a waiver, then you get the amount. But then this one, Kirer,
Give George the mic.
Thank you, Chair. And it's an observation that you are noting, and these are some of the areas which we had a lengthy discussion with KRA, because as you are aware, this is the period COVID was really hitting seriously. KRA revenue was really not performing, and if you ask me, they had to raise the money, because in this year, in these 2 specific years, in fact, they used the wrong base. They could take your development budget and just say 3% is due to income tax. And we'll all agree that economic activity in 2020 and 21 was low. It was not commensurate to what we actually paid. But that aside, at the end of the day, a discussion had to be reached with KRA. And the discussion now, the only room they would cede ground, and I think all of us, I want to believe for the benefit of all of us that we have interacted with KRA, is something has to go to the taxman. So we agreed on principle that the same principle is sorted. But it is true, even to us, it was a concern, because there was low economic activity because of COVID, and yet you require this much from the county government, because now there has to be a link between what you paid vis-a-vis the tax that you have paid. There's a direct relationship. But now in this case, the agreement was penalties and interest will be waived, the other amount has to be paid. And I'm very sure in our personal, even engagements, we know KRA treats all taxpayers the same, including government. So the same applied to us. Thank you.
Now, thank you. Let me hand over to Auditor to comment on the matter.
I have a question, sir.
Okay, I will repeat you.
Okay, my question is that sometimes KRA gives out the amnesty. I want to know whether that, if amnesty is given, it applies also to the government or just that private companies?
I think it should be applicable to all taxpayers. Whenever there is an amnesty from KRA, it must affect everybody who is paying taxes. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. The issue not addressed. Management provided a supporting schedule, but failed to provide the payment voucher and the bank extracts to confirm the payment. Statement extract.
Did you provide bank statements?
Yes, Honorable Chair. We provided the bank statement.
What of the payment vouchers?
Sorry, I didn't.
They requested for two documents, bank statement extract and payment vouchers. What does it?
Yes, this is, you know, this was affected at the bank. Yes. The entry in the bank statement did not originate from our side. It was deducted at source.
So this is more or less, I mean, it's like Chekhov, it doesn't, it will only reflect at the bank, but you know, you simply get the demand, is it notice from KRA, and then the rest is sorted out. Immediately the money is credited to your CRF account, is that? So definitely we might not get the payment vouchers because you cannot prepare.
Let me read for you what the law says, because I think we have been talking about vouchers. I think the issue of vouchers is not what I have realized on your side. Is it's a bit hard to actually talk about voucher, and you look for another way of circumventing to justify without bringing in the issue of voucher. But you see, the auditor is on point requesting for voucher, payment voucher all the time. But in our own discussions all along, the issue of voucher to you is something slippery. What I can read, let me read for you regulation section 104.
Chair, before you read the section, we are not evading anything. In fact, part of the underperformance, under absorption, is caused by such deductions. You see, the exchequer comes to CPK, and then the taxman chops what then you want to spread this payment to all the departments. It becomes a problem.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you. What we need to know, you see, the baseline is we understand all those explanations, but what the auditor is requiring is to justification, because you see, us as a committee, we want to look at the accountability of the resources. So, which boils down to only documents, for example, a voucher, bank statement, to justify, because we want to know, we want to verify. We want to say, to approve and say, oh, this one happened in a fair way. So let me read for you regulation section 1041 states that all receipts and payments voucher of public money shall be properly supported by pre-numbered receipts. I hope you are getting what I'm saying. And payment vouchers, and shall be supported by appropriate authority and documentation, meaning you should have signatures, we should have somebody who has authorized. So you see, in all our discussions, you have been asking about the bank statement, if misstatement, payment vouchers. Those are the documents that maybe we would like to have it. So in this case, the explanation from KRA is well understood. We understood very well. So I would like to know from the auditor whether this issue is addressed or we'll continue and.
With the supply document, Chairman.
Yes.
There is we are not having the bank statement attached.
Auditor, yes.
Thank you, Chair. What I'm requesting for verification, the payment voucher and the bank extract to confirm the figure.
So when you provide, because we will retreat to go and write a report, we will say this matter is addressed when you provide. If not provided, then we will have our recommendation. Next question.
Maybe Chairman, find out from you. For the case where there is no payment voucher, but the bank statement as stated by Waziri, can that serve the purpose? Because if it is something that is taken away from the CBK, immediately the money hits account, then of course there is no, the only thing that we can have, Fernandez, is the demand from KRA on these monies, and if what you've if 17A, is it 7A, is what KRA wrote to you? I'm very sure this is what KRA wrote to you. And then you negotiated, and then you tabulated what you have here, which should be authenticated. Now, when they take this money from the main source, you're left with the balance. Of course, you do not have the bank payment voucher, but what you can only produce is the bank statement showing how much KRA took from the county government of Kericho. I think that is the document we might need.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think bank statement is it's a prerequisite for audit exercise, and those are the documents which the auditor asks when they are starting the audit process. They will not give an opinion without looking at the bank statement. So that is information we provided to the auditor. However, we can still extract that section and that specific entry which hit the account, because I think that was even the first debit entry in our account, because we were beginning the financial year. So the statement is available, and we shall avail. Thank you.
Okay, next question.
Thank you, Chair. Variance in development bank account balance. The statement of asset and liability reflect cash and cash equivalent balance of Kenya shillings 309,515,583 as disclosed in Note 13A to the financial statement, which includes Kenya shillings 897,757 in respect of County Development Bank balance as of 30th June 2023. The certificate of bank balance from Central Bank of Kenya, CBK, had a balance of Kenya shillings 6,471,975, while the cash book balance was Kenya shillings 897,759. Review of the bank reconciliation statement reflects reconciling balance of Kenya shillings 791,489,877 and Kenya shillings 785,915,661 in respect of payment in cash book and not yet recorded in the bank and presented checks, and received in cash book not yet recorded in the bank, respectively. However, detailed analysis of the unpresented checks reflected a total of Kenya shillings 789,590,177, resulting to a variance of Kenya shillings 1,899,700, while receipt in the cash book not yet in the bank amounted to Kenya shillings 783,326,548, resulting to an explained variance of Kenya shillings 2,589,063.
Honorable Chair, the management acknowledges the auditor's observation that there was a variance of Kenya shillings 1,899,700 in payments in cash book and not yet recorded in bank statement. This was as a result of an error of omission of a payment in the reconciliation items or the reconciling items. There was an error of omission. Additionally, Chairman, the variance of Kenya shillings 2,589,063 shillings in receipts in cash book not yet recorded in bank statement was as a result of returned payment of Kenya shillings 2,589,063 at the end of the year. However, the correct reconciliation item, the bank reconciliation statement to support the cash book balance, has been attached in Annex 8.
Matthew, do you have any question? Auditor?
Thank you, Chair. Management has provided the document, verification, and reconciliation matter addressed.
So this matter has been resolved. Let's go to rule number 10. Number 9, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Unreconciled project receipts and payment. The statement of financial assets as disclosed in Note 13A to the financial statement reflect a balance of Kenya shillings 309,515,583 in respect of the cash and cash equivalent balance of Kenya shillings 309,515,583. However, the cash and cash equivalent as reported did not reconcile to the cash and cash movement analysis as detailed below. There is a table, one for special purpose Department of Rural Development, KACSP, Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture State Corporation. That's one. Another table presenting Kericho County Road Maintenance Levy account. There's another one, Kericho County Agriculture Sector Development Support Project account. Number 3. Number 4, Kericho County Kenya Devolution Support Program. Table 4. Table 5, Kericho County Primary and Healthcare account. And the last table is Kericho County Climate Change Fund. In the circumstances, the accuracy of the cash and cash equivalent balance of Kenya shillings 125,460,870 as 30th June 23 cannot be confirmed.
Honorable Chair, we acknowledge the auditor's observation. However, we would like to clarify that the variance of Kenya shillings 23,005,937 under Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Project relates to the county counterpart contribution, which is annexed at Annex 9.0 to the project as per the attached financial agreement between the county and the donor in Annex 9A as per the table 6 below. So the table here in question is that we have our county contribution, which total to 23,005,937. Additionally, Chairman, the variance of Kenya shillings 7,991,921 under the Kericho Roads Maintenance Fuel Levy account relates to expenditure of road maintenance incurred during the year under review. Further, there were no transfers during the year under review since there was an opening balance in the fund account Annex 9.1B. On Chair, the variance of Kenya shillings 7,999,279 under Kericho County Agricultural Sector Development Support Project 2 account is the county counterpart contribution to the fund as per table 7 down there. And this is showing on 14th November, we paid 2.5 million. On 8th June 2023, we paid 5.5, totaling to 8 million. Further, the variance of 44,643,522 relates to the actual expenditure under Development Support Program KSDP Annex 9.2B. Further, Chairman, the variance of Kenya shillings 3,850,000 under the Kericho Primary Health Care account is the receipts received on 5th October 2022 from for Danida funding to the account, making the total receipts to Kenya shillings 15,931,625. Attached is the reconciliation and bank statement as Annex 9B. The variance of 37,970,211 under Kericho County Climate Change Fund account is the expenditure of the program accounted for in various ledgers, and attached is the reconciliation and the ledgers as Annex 9C.
Thank you. Auditor, has the matter been resolved?
Thank you, Chairman. Management provided documents for verification and reconcile matter addressed.
Thank you. Let's go to number 10.
Thank you, Chair. Outstanding interest balance. The statement of asset and liability reflects nil balance in respect of outstanding interest and advance as disclosed in Note 14 to the financial statement. However, the EMIS payment details reveal that between 19th June and 30th June 2023, there were payments totaling to Kenya shilling 37,127,820 paid to some staff receiving multiple payments for domestic travel, out of which an amount of Kenya shillings 13,109,699 was paid to 26 members of staff. However, management did not provide the document to support where the activities took place and how the amount was cleared within the 11 days before the close of the financial year. Further, manual interest register from the 12 departments of the county executives are not provided for audit.
Thank you, Chair. The management notes the auditor's observation. However, we would like to state that the amount of Kenya shillings 13,109,699 paid to staff related to outstanding claims for activities that had been undertaken before but had not been paid due to the late exchequer releases. Imprest surrender documents, including manual imprest registers, have since been availed for audit review.
Auditor.
Thank you, Chair. Management availed those documents to my former auditors, but from this response it was not attached, so I could not verify. But I've talked to one of my colleagues who are involved in this audit. I've been informed they were verified. But the matter still remains because there's no inner adjustment done in the financial statement. Because the financial statement is showing an imbalance, which needs some adjustment.
What can you say about that?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In that financial year, we did not report an outstanding interest. We had a nil balance. What this 13 million relates to is these were payments, these were claims which were paid to staff and not interests. These are reimbursements made to staff because, Honorable Chair, because of the delays in the exchequer releases, these entries are processed up to internet banking level. And by the time we were closing the financial year, these payments due to officers were claims. They had already performed official duties, and what we were doing was to reimburse them. It's because of the delay in the release of the exchequers.
Now let me inquire about interest. What happens if I have an interest and I have not surrendered? Will I qualify to get to be issued with another one?
No, Honorable Chair, the regulations do not allow that. Where you have an interest and outstanding and you have not surrendered, you will not be given another interest until you surrender.
Then why was some staff issued with multiple payments for domestic travels? Because it's there in the query.
Yes, I'll give an example. If we send an accountant to Nairobi for funds requisition, he or she will go to Nairobi and does the requisition. The case is we are supposed to give interest before they go for duty, before they travel. But this is an instance where, because of the delays in the releases of the exchequer, you'll find that function has already been, or that activity has already happened. So when you are reimbursing, we are reimbursing as a claim and paying the officer as a claim and not as an interest.
Are you satisfied, Auditor?
Thank you, Chairman. The issue is, if you read the last sentence, in the account, the accuracy and the completeness of the nil balance in respect of the outstanding interest will not be confirmed. Maybe I thought they're supposed to do some pre-year adjustment so that to reflect that interest, because we are dealing with cash basis of accounting. It was not accrual.
So already this issue is not addressed. Partially addressed. So for it to be fully addressed, then we need adjustments.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Because of the shift from cash basis to accrual, we are required to prepare what we call a statement of opening position. And we will look into that. When we are preparing the statement of opening position, that is for last financial year, we will also consider any other prior year adjustments that are necessary. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go to the next question.
Thank you, Chair. Unsupported payable, deposits and retention balance. The statement of asset and liability reflects a balance of Kenya shillings 91,646,566 in respect of deposit and retention as disclosed in Note 15 to the financial statement. However, the supporting control ledger, schedule, and any supporting certificates were not provided for audit.
Thank you, Chair. We concur with the auditor's observation. Chair, there was an opening balance of Kenya shillings 43,744,697 at the beginning of the year. The county government retained and transferred an amount of Kenya shillings 116,096,122.55 to the deposit account in the financial year under review, and an amount of Kenya shillings 68,166,653.4 was paid to the contractors, resulting to a net movement of Kenya shillings 47,902,469, and hence a closing balance of 91,646,566 as per the attached reconciliation annexed as Annex 11A. Furthermore, Chairman, supporting records for retentions deducted in the financial year made up of deposit registers, cash book, bank statement is also provided in Annex 11B.
Auditor, was this matter resolved?
Not yet. Management did not provide the supporting control ledger or supporting certificate for audit identification.
Why did you not provide the ledger? Control ledger. Can you provide the documents to verify the accuracy?
Chair, we have made the attachments in the annexures that we have indicated there. I will request our brother to look into them and see whether we are responding to the issue as asked.
Auditor, is this the correct documents?
Chairman, from our audit query, we needed a supporting control ledger, which should show the opening and the closing, and it is and supporting certificate, which were not provided.
Yeah, you have heard what the auditor requires. Eh?
Yes.
This is a schedule. As opposed to, they need a control ledger as a supporting document. Are we able to get what the auditor requires? Because you had a lot of time to actually provide those documentation.
maybe Fernando, so that you can answer. 11A, is that the ledger or that's a reconciliation? Or what do you call 11A? Annexure 11A. Because 11A shows the opening balance from the previous financial year, 21-22. Then we have retention transferred to the deposit account in the financial year, that's around 116. We have the total payment where you've attached the contractors who received the payment totaling 68,166,653 and 40 cents. Then we have the net movement, that is 47,902,469. Then the closing balance as of June 30th, 2022 is 91,646,566. What is that, Fernandez?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That is the reconciliation showing the movements in that deposit account. This relates to the monies which we retain for the contractors to do if there are any defects, for example, in terms of contracts awarded. There is a defect liability period, could be 3 months or 6 months, and having all the payment vouchers at the point of preparing already has those certificates which are signed by the engineers. And this account has very, very many entries, and the auditor, when they were looking at our expenditures in other line items, for example, acquisition of assets, where we charge, if we are doing access roads, we charge to acquisition of assets. The certificates are included in those payment vouchers.
Okay. Now, on this issue, our auditor, I have not heard whether they have not supported us with the documents. Now we'll move on, but now the matter is not addressed till we have the right documentation. I don't know whether we will be able to furnish us with those documents before we retreat for report writing.
Honorable Chair, these are bulky documents because we are looking at all our development expenditure. We did T-buying centers, we did ECD classrooms, we did access roads, and all this we deduct the 10% retention. So it means, Honorable Chair, with the concurrence of the auditor, that we give all the payment vouchers where we have deducted the 10%. But it is bulky because of all the contracts that we award. We have to deduct the 10% as retention.
Now you said it is bulky, but I heard you in the morning saying the auditor can sample, because we don't need the whole pickup. I know bulky is an excuse of not having us look at the documents. We can as well say we need to sample. You can allow us to sample the documents and see, maybe from ECD, as you said, you sample one. Because when you say bulky, it's like pushing us off away from trying to look at the documents.
Honorable Chair, in our supporting documents, we've provided at least a register that has all the contractors which we've retained their funds under Annex that's 11B. So perhaps
maybe we can sample now a few. We'll sample and then we'll let you know which documents to provide. Next matter.
Thank you, Chair. Emphasis of matter. Budgetary control and performance. The statement of comparison of budget and actual amount reflects a final receipts budget an actual comparable basis amount of Kenya shillings 7,474,85,274 and Kenya shilling 6,681,961,783 respectively, resulting in underfunding of revenue of Kenya shilling 792,123,491 or 11% of the budget. Similarly, the statement reflects a final budget expenditure and actual comparable basis for an amount of Kenya shillings 7,474,885,274 and Kenya shillings 6,732,281,978 respectively, resulting to under absorption of Kenya shillings 741,803,496 or 10% of the budget.
Honorable Chair, we acknowledge the auditor's observation. The underperformance of the budget was as a result of the late exchequer releases, the unrealized grants, donor funding, and our own source revenue. This impacted negatively on the planned activities. The county government has put in place measures to improve on source revenue by enforcing provisions in the Finance Act, and the county government has also developed the Kericho County Revenue Administration and Management Bill 2021 that can be used to enhance revenue collection.
Now, is this issue squarely on exchequer or on source revenue? Because eventually, you talked of you now stressed or emphasized on source revenue as opposed to the blaming of exchequer delay. Which one is the key reason here? Most likely, could it be the on source revenue? Because you ended by saying that there's a plan to improve on source revenue.
Honorable Chair, the two affects the under absorption of the budgets. Because if we don't realize the exchequer, definitely we will not be in a position to utilize the budget. Equally, if we don't also raise enough, it will of course affect the performance of the departments. So both are affecting us. But the one that we can control is the one source, because it is us who is handling it.
Can you highlight maybe the main sources of revenue that did not meet their expected targets?
Yeah, several, especially the issues on land rates, we were really down during that particular year in question. What has been majorly generating good money for us is the markets, the single business permits, but the issues land has been a bone of contention, and this is an area we are really concerned on, and we want to work on it so that we can realize the needed revenue.
Honorable Rawani, do you have any question?
I think not even a question. It is true you've confirmed, because if you look at CARA Act, there are some grants which normally they are not remitted even by end of the financial year, and they end up remitting as a late disbursement. And at that point in time, you've already budgeted for that. But I think for all those revenue, we'll need to work together so that we try and inform the public of the need to pay that which is due to them, to the county government of Kericho from them. I think that one.
Auditor, how far is this matter?
Thank you, Chair. Committee may decide.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next.
Thank you, Chair. Pending bills. Unsupported pending bills brought forward. Review of the approved revised supplementary estimate 2 indicated that an amount of Kenyan shillings 425,616,000 had been allocated during the year under review to settle the pending bills that were carried forward to 2022-2023 financial year in line with Regulation 41(2) of the Public Finance Management County Government Regulation 2015, which says that debt service payment shall be first charged on the county revenue fund, and the accounting officer shall ensure this done to the extent possible that the county government does not default on debt obligation. However, the budgeted amount was not supported with a breakdown of the pending bills which were to be paid. Further, the details of the pending bills settled with the budgeted amount of Kenya shillings 425,616,000 was not provided for audit.
Honorable Chair, the county government budgeted an amount of Kenya shillings 425,616,000 for the settlement of the pending bills that were carried forward in the financial year 2022-2023. The management paid an amount of Kenya shillings 341,520,210.45 as per the attached schedule, Annex 13.1. The budgeted amount was meant to settle part of Kenya shillings 526,208,651, the pending bills after verification.
How far is it, this matter, Auditor?
Thank you, Chair. Management did not provide the verification report to confirm that the pending bills were settled using the budgeted amount of Kenya shilling 341,520,210. Matter not addressed.
Now, since you did not provide the proof that this money, 341,520,210, will you be able to provide to us, or have you provided already so that we can verify whether it is the correct documents?
Yeah, in the attachment on 13.1, this is development pending bills settled in financial year 2022-2023. The list is there hereby provided, Chairman.
Let me request Honorable One to kindly verify.
Okay. And the total figure is indicated down there, 341,576. My eyes are also, I'm also aging, Chairman. Is it 5 what? Can you read it for me?
341,520,210.45 cents.
Yeah.
I think that is okay. We have a printout here. Now, this is the time when the governor set up a task force, was it? Or, and, he claimed that he was going to pay the legible pending bills. Can this be part of the legible pending bills that was settled? Okay. So we have to that effect, other than this list, in any case, we have all the other documents, which I want to believe the auditor was supplied with, just to corroborate the list that we have here.
No, let me ask. The budget was 425,616,000, and why did you pay 341,520,210 instead of 425,660? What happened to the remaining funds?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As these pending bills included old pending bills, which are even still outstanding to date in the Department of Roads. At the time of making payments, the verification was still ongoing, and what we paid were the ones which had actually been verified by the committee. The 341 is on the development, from the development vote. But I think there was also another allocation which was in the recurrent, and that one we paid all of it. So the 425 had development components and also the recurrent components.
Now, which criteria were you using to prioritize and settle the pending bills?
Chair, I think the director has stated clearly that they used the report from the committee verifying the genuine pending bills. And I think that is what they used to make the payments to clear.
Now, what we need is, because you see, the issue of pending bills was actually, you see, it was been in public domain and people were actually complaining about that, the issue of that pending bill. And what we need to know is if actually the ones that you said they existed, actually existed. Again, we need proper documentations. And even the list that you said the task force gave, I think we will have to look at it as a committee, because this issue of pending bill has been a problem all along. And we have not solved. Again, when you say you need to verify, why do you have to verify if somebody did a job and it was being awarded through the county government system and procurement laws are there? Why do you come in again and say we want to verify what happened in the first place? So that was something wrong done before awarding of these contracts and tenders. We want to verify whether it is true. Because it seems we were confused at first, we don't know what we were doing. Then we want to cure a problem that existed, yet we have laws and laws that exist within our country that guides us so that we don't have anything to do with verification. Why verify? So we will also actually need to get the list. That's why I was asking what was the criteria, whether it was the task force, what was the department. We need to see the criteria that was used to make verifications. I see you are consulting. I think I had read to you the same regulation, but let me reread again. Regulation 41(2) of the Public Finance Management Act, County Government Regulations 2015, states that the debt service payment shall be first charged on the county revenue fund, and accounting officer shall ensure this done to the extent possible. I hope we understand what the law says. This will help cure the issue of pending bills.
Chair, I agree with you, and I think we implemented even in this financial year that all pending bills became fast charge, and that is why some departments were unable even to procure for this year's budget, because we used the money to clear the pending bills as it is required by the law.
So what we'll need to know as a committee is whether all the payments were made in accordance with the pending verification report.
Yes, Chair,
And were there some that maybe they found out that this was not genuine pending bills? We'll also need to know. Because you cannot say we verify and then you pay all of them. There must be a reason why there was a need for verification.
Yeah, there is need for verification to ascertain the accuracy, whether the payment in question is it must be well supported with all the documentation. Sometimes, yeah, and I think that is what was
provided.
Picked. Yeah.
So I know you might say it's bulky, but we will need to sample those documentation.
It's okay.
And those which are not verified, again, we will need to see.
Just come in when you are discussing this issue of pending bill. According to that special committee that was formed by His Excellency the Governor, we have a number of companies that was listed to be paid. But up to date, Chairman, I can confirm a number of those companies have not yet been paid. What is your plan as the treasurer, CEC Finance? I think you will extend to the other partners. What is your plan to ensure that these companies or these service providers also get paid?
I think if that is what we have insisted with my chief officers, that we should have all the pending bill lists. You even formed a committee the other day again to look into all this, so that anything that emanates from that department and it is a pending bill and it is confirmed genuinely that this is a pending bill, next financial year, when we start the financial year, we will upload those ones first so that we can make payments, because it's already emanating from the department. They have accepted that this is a pending bill from their department.
And in some instance where you have a pending bill of 2018, 2019, and then you have a pending bill of 2023, and you just decide to serve the 2023 one and left the rest, what is your plan so that you can handle the first term?
I think even the COB has given us instruction on this, and going forward, as we are budgeting, we must even budget including the pending bills so that we capture all that is pending, and it takes the first priority when the year begins. So I believe we will cure this thing going forward.
So, Chairman, if it's possible, when you are supplying us with other documents, also give us the pending bill list so that we'll know the date and the year of the work that was done.
Right.
If it has not been paid, so that we can know the reason why from our end. Because it is very painful for a contractor to wait for 6 years to be paid.
I agree with you.
Yes.
We will provide.
Chairman, I also wanted to raise something. There are even people who did works dating 2015, 2016 financial year. And during verification, let me give you something shocking. One, in another ward, not mine, the member of County Assembly representing that claimed that there was no road that was done in 2015, 2016. That was the first government. But then the contractor came with documents and said, this is the road that I opened. Surprisingly, he had done 2 in my ward, and which were opened. They have never been done again. So when we came back, the same member of County Assembly went on to do a road there, the same place. So you're maintaining a road which has already been opened. Then I asked him who did this road first. So he was telling me he didn't know. But then already the contractor has come to the Department of Finance and proved that in 2015, 2016 he worked and he's never been paid. One of them, the wife is sick and he's never been assisted. And that is why what Matthew is telling you is we have those people who have pending bills dating back to 2015. Already in my committee finance, there is somebody who's been coming to this assembly looking for me because of Kikoska. 2019, was it 2019? I don't know. So the lady has lost property and he worked for the county government of Kericho. I think maybe on a humanitarian ground, you also need to consider it. Because at the end of the day, somebody might have to suffer mental health because of what he or she did, and the county has never listened to him or her. And lastly, so that you give just an, I want you to tell us what is the status of the pending bills. The other day from the Controller of Budgets report, it puts Kericho County having 1.13 billion shillings. That was in the first quarter, yani cumulatively. Then what is the status now? Because I'm aware there was a lot of over procurement, especially in sub-departments. Rob, you be candid enough, because we do not want to come back again and start chasing you around.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe to add on it so that you can answer once.
Yes.
Is again, you see, I'm defeated when I hear that we cannot verify. Does it mean that our data management in our county is not up to date? Because I believe in this current age, we as a country are heading to where we can we can be able to get information by a click of a button. But you see, we are forming committees, we are forming task forces, which might even not provide us also with proper information, because look at the task force. It is costly to come and have people sit around trying to look at what we were doing as a county. Also forming other committees on top of other committees, yet we are not getting solutions. Maybe it is high time we'll also get opinion from our Auditor General whether such instances can request for special audit, so that we can have a solution answered for all, so that we can also get the correct information, and we have the professional bodies looking at this. Maybe you see, Wazir, you can help us explain to us what is the real problem. Why are we having pending bills that are unverified? Okay, we can have pending bills, but the ones that are unverified.
Chair, I get your concern, and I want also to empathize with the contractors who did the work and they have not been paid. I know it's painful. I've had one coming to my office and he was like he wants to hang himself, and I really comforted him. This has been a challenge to some few departments, and we want to help the departments come out of those quagmires. For your information, as we closed the financial year, we were at 1.1 billion pending bills. But currently, as we speak, our status has come down to 606 million, which we are still struggling to clear. And we have a few months. You remember during the supplementary, we really asked for support to some departments to help them clear these pending bills, and we immediately, the budget is uploaded, we will look into this and give priority. We want to give priority to pending bills. I know this is an area that I will not escape in the near future. We must prioritize pending bills. I have no option whatsoever.
Chairman, for your information, we have lost a number of contractors. So sometimes when you mention some people might not take us. We have lost a number of contractors. A number of contractors in this town also, they have lost their resources, they have lost their properties, only after investing and doing projects to the county. But you will find out, Waziri, even the 400 million that you have used to pay the pending bill, or I can say 500.
Yes.
You will get that money and that's the pocket of the few people who have just done their contracts in 2020, 2021, 22, 23. But we have those historical justice that was done in 2017, 2018, 2019. What is your plan? Because when I go through this list, let me not talk too much about it. If you want us to tell you it's less than 10 contractors are beneficiaries with this benefit, less than 10. Trading with different companies, but they are the same people. What will you do with the likes of Nachemili? Those people who are suffering, they don't have even the support even to come to your office. They cannot access the county government office after even spending their resources doing projects. And this project, Waziri, and I can tell you for free, those are the projects that were used as a campaign tool to the last regime. And even this regime that we are in, they'll be using people's money to campaign for re-election. What will you do? I've just seen you for the last few days going around launching projects. And one day, one time, that person will miss to be paid. What is your plan to ensure that first come, first serve, so that at the end of the day, no one will be given a special treatment and consider the rest, since that they are less or they don't have powers to come and just make a lot of noise in the corridors. They don't have the iPhones to call you. No, I know they have Mulika Mwises and the rest. What is your plan, Waziri? We want to know what is your plan, because if I can tell you this list here that you are providing with us, this is there are less than 10 contractors trading with more than 5 companies differently.
Thank you, Honorable Matthew. Now, touching on this, I want to mention something that is very important. On one contractor, okay, it's not even a contractor, it's a representative of the contractor who approached me in the year 2022 when I was just elected. He came with documents and say that the late, he became the late Mzee, passed on because he was stressed due to the non-payment of a breach that he did in my area. And a friend was trying to follow up on the matter, but you see, the same person died because of stress and non-payment of a contract that he did. I don't know whether he's part of what we call unverified or pending bills that is heading to maybe previous years, almost even 2016, around there. So those are the things that we need to know. And that's why I was asking, how did you prioritize the payment of pending bills? And as Honorable Matthew has said, that when you scrutinize the list, maybe few, those who are known are the only ones who are benefiting, and those who have been passed on and they are not known might not even be captured here. So those are the things that we need to look at. And maybe auditor, I don't know whether this can qualify for us to give a recommendation for special audit in our county here.
Thank you, Chairman. From my management's remark, or auditor's remark, the management did not provide the verification reports, particularly that one from the verification committee, which can determine the criteria used, which were being used to settle those payments. So from our office, there is usually, if you request, a team may be formed to come and do the special audit of pending bills.
Has the matter been resolved? Not yet. So maybe we'll decide as a committee.
Chairman, also I think as the committee, we need to involve the committee on budget and appropriation, finance, and if it's possible also the respective committees to these departments, because if a department like ICT, where they have a pending bill huge, what 150 million, and they are very generous to give out contracts in the streets, I think, Chairman, you need to take a step ahead and collaborate with other committees so that we can find a lasting solution to these departments.
Thank you. Let's move to the next question.
Thank you, Chairman. Inaccuracies in pending bills. The financial statement reflects a pending accounts payable balance of Kenya shillings 526,208,651, as disclosed in Note 21 and detailed in Annex 2 on analysis of the pending accounts payable to the financial statement. However, review of the invoices and completion certificate of the certified work revealed a recomputed balance of Kenya shillings 582,053,849, resulting to unexplained and unreconciled variance of 55,845,198. Further review of Annex 2 to the financial statement revealed that the balance of Kenya shillings 28,413,675 was in respect of the recurrent and development expenditure of previous financial year 2021 and 2022. Failure to clear the pending bills in the year to which they relate distort the budget of the following year as they constitute a first charge on the budget. The county executive therefore runs the risk of incurring significant and unqualified interest cost and penalties associated with delays in the settling the invoice bills.
Chair, the management acknowledges the auditor's observation. However, we wish to state that the pending bills as at 30th June 2023 was Kenya shillings 526,208,651 and not Kenya shillings 582,053,849 as observed by the auditor. The amount comprises of development pending bills of Kenya shillings 383,118,457 and recurrent pending bills of Kenya shillings 143,090,194, totaling to 526,208,651. Attached is a list of the pending bills per department, both for recurrent and development, as Annexure 13.2b.
Now, have you provided the reconciliation between 526 million and 582 million?
It should be explained in the annexure. 2b.
Now, let me ask, were the pending bills amounting to 526 million traceable in the IFMIS?
Yes.
If missing was register, is it traceable?
The list of the pending bills?
Yes, of 526,208, 651. Is it traceable in the IFMIS payment details?
I believe so. It should be.
Do you have a supporting document on that?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Some are in the payment details and some are not in the payment details. The reason is because of some had not been processed and in the system. So some are in the payment details and others are not in the payment details. IFMIS.
You said some were not processed, or some are not processed?
Yes, not processed.
Because you see, this is a financial year that has been closed. This spill into this other financial year. We are talking about 2022-2023 financial year issues. So I don't know why you are saying it is still being processed.
Honorable Chair,
we are talking about not the current issues. We are talking about the issues that has been audited.
we have provided the list of, there is a 13.2. We have the summary and also the detailed one showing per department and the name of contractors, suppliers.
You see, I cannot get, okay, me, I'm not getting the correct explanation of what I'm asking, because me, I'm basing on IFMIS. Do you have any IFMIS supporting document here? Maybe Honorable One can confirm whether we have.
Okay, what you've done is to segregate, to differentiate the various projects captured here and the companies, both from the development and recurrent, which you've stated, and I want to believe this document is generated from the LSOs and LPOs given to contractors, because it actually entails even what is being done. So Chairman, already we have some information here, which is valid. It tallies to this. Recurrent is 143 million, development is 383, bringing a total of 526. This is sourced from your IFMIS portal, from all the commitments that were done in every department. So, okay, personally I can't dispute, because this is a document that was signed by Fernandez and signed by Wilbert.
Thank you. I cannot dispute the document, but we said earlier on that documents, I cannot say it comes from the county and it comes from you, but you see, for us to get, especially on the issues of pending bills like this, which has a lot of contention, we will need, you see, when we say we are digital, we have improved on how we can get authentic documents. Is when we move further to get even a refined document that comes from a system that cannot be interfered with so much, and that can give us accurate figures. Because you see, I cannot dispute this, but you see, anybody can sit and come up with information, which is good. We always do that, but now we need something that when it can be verified and can be authenticated as legitimate. Especially, that's why I was asking for IFMIS, which is a government portal that has accurate data.
Got a question only. Fernandez. So this was as at 30th June 2023. The total pending bills, both recurrent and development, is 526,208,650. There are those that you've settled, because like there is one here, I can confirm. The other day, the Chief Officer of Finance was following up, and it is successfully paid for. But then now, I've seen here, even the claim, the one that I told you, that belonged to 2016-2017 is captured here, but has never been paid to date. What would be the challenge?
Another thing, Chairman, is that during our CFSP, if you can remember very well, the Department of ICT was requesting a whooping 105 million to sort out issues Kekoska, and Kekoska was 2020, if I'm not wrong. But you can see, still ICT are declaring that they have a pending bill of 18 million for development and 28 million for recurrent, meaning that they are not disclosing. They are not telling us the truth. You know, if you are requesting 105 to go and sort out issues of 2020, and in the paper of 2023, you cannot tell us you have a pending bill of 105 million. Who is telling us the truth? Is it, and Waziri, the CFSP is originating from your end. You are requesting to sort out ICT issues, 105 million. But in 2023, by the end of 2023, pending bills declared by ICT is just 47 million. So Waziri, I think also we need to be serious when it comes to such issues.
Your concern is my concern. In fact, when we moved the accountants the other day, things started appearing. I think there were some things that was under the table. And this resulted, in fact, the first department to realize that they are giving us a different figure again is ICT. And I asked the CEO, what is it? Why are you, if we ask today for this, you bring us a list of this. Tomorrow you come up again with another list. So it has been very confusing. But I said, let us capture 105 for ICT once and for all to cure this department, because I was seeing this department collapsing. We want to cure it.
Waziri, this is where now the relationship between the rat and the, one used to say, the mouse will meet. Waziri, the problem is here. The same department. It is only a few months that I was transferred from the same committee, ICT, to trade. But we have been struggling to ask the CEO what is the problem in the department. Even when we allocate some funds to that department, they go procure things to the office of the governor, the office of deputy governor. In fact, if you can go even to their details, they have procured a big mirror to an office that is, I think it is electrical mirrors. We don't know what they were procuring, but on this, if they fail even to declare what is known in the public domain, the Koska was a big thing.
It is.
The Koska was a big thing. And on this one, Waziri, I think you need to take charge. Even taking those pending bills from ICT to finance is better so that many people can be sorted in that issue. People are in mess. People have lost their properties. But the same characters are declaring 18 million as development pending bill. Chama, I think you need to call another meeting when ikuwe asubuhi mapema kidogo so that we can handle this correctly.
Sure. You see, I was asking about the variance, but I didn't get sufficient explanation about the variance of 55 million. That's why I asked why 582, you see there was 582 and 526, which caused a variance of 55 million. And when I ask for the variance, you see this one looks like little money when it is in 7 billion. But you see 55 million is what we are praying sometimes to get as in our wards. We get less than these ones. And whatever the little we get, I think it's around 38 million, is what we depend to do the roads, water, ECDs, bursaries. I believe most members here can confirm. The 38 million that you see comes to our wards is what we allocate to do all those things that we are talking about. But now, 55 million is what I'm asking. This is a lot of money for a ward. If we are given this additional money, then we'll do a lot. Now, you can explain to us why there is a variance, and where is this variance? This is the question. If we cannot explain right now, then we might have to proceed, and we'll make a decision as committee. Is the matter addressed?
Thank you, Chairman. The matter has not been addressed. There is one question you asked. Were the pending bills amounting to 526, 208, 651 traceable to IFMIS? Payment details and IFMIS invoice register. The pending bills come from the void payments, which has passed through all the process, but they are not being paid. So, for reconciliation to occur, I needed at least the void payments from the IFMIS system to confirm 526 million 208 651, which they are saying correct, compared to what auditors have verified, 582 853 859. Matter addressed.
Thank you. Let's move to the next question.
Allow George to make an explanation on that.
No, thank you, Chair. I've been racking my head on where the 55 million will come from, and I'd indulge the auditor to try to trace where 582 comes from. Is this physical invoices and completion certificates or payment details in IFMIS? Because again, payment detail in IFMIS will only have entries that have gone up to cash management. When at a point in time, we hit, for example, 30th of June, and the system is suspended, any voucher you have on top of the table will not appear in IFMIS payment details, the way it could be having an invoice and a certificate. Again, if it is IFMIS payment details, in the figure of 55,845,198, you could be having entries for 21-22 financial period, the ones that were paid in July. And still in the 582,053,849, you will leave out some entries for 2022-2023 that were paid in July 2023 because of the cutoff. So, if this cutoff is strict from 1st July 2022 to 30th June 2023, the two figures will not agree, because one document, the IFMIS payment details, which is being used as the auditor as a source document during auditing, will have those reconciling items which from the CRF we have seen were yet to get funding and yet to get paid. They will be in the IFMIS payment details, and in the worst case scenario, if the exchequer does not come or the authorization does not come from the controller of budget, automatically, as part of year-end closing procedures, we have to void all these payments from the IFMIS system. So, we have close to 5 scenarios touching on this figure. So, there's no point you can offset the figure of 526, 651 is a sure figure because we have even given a schedule for that. But now, the 586,053,849, we need to know, were these physical invoices, were they in the IFMIS payment details? And I know the auditor does strict cutoff from 1st July to 30th June. So there are entries included in 582 that don't relate to the period, and some entries have been left out of 582 that relate to the period. Thank you, Chair. I hope that gives a discussion, and I'd really like to indulge the auditor on this. Even as the committee goes ahead to make a decision on the matter, a discussion, a discourse needs to be had on this 55 if it can be offset as per IPSAS 1. You cannot offset 582 and 526 because the two are reading from separate source documents. Thank you.
Chairman, maybe just to confirm what the auditor says, upon review of invoices and completion certificates of certified works, revealed a recomputed balance of 582. So maybe the auditor will have to, because he's already stated from the documents available, it resulted to 582 million as opposed to what was declared 526. And down there, they have indicated that there is a 28 million meant for the previous financial year. So that was what was due between 2021-22. So perhaps Waziri and your team, you'll need to go through the documents that the same auditor went through and came up with this report. In any case, Dr. George Creer is right. It is purely reconciliation of the two. For us to get now the 55 million difference arose from where? It could be, it's an amount that was that went to the next financial year due to the late disbursement of funds, or what was committed even before the end of the financial year and found its way to payment stage but was not paid.
Thank you for the explanation and comments. I think we still need to work on that query. And what I'm requesting, because I've seen Dr. Carrera has tried to explain the scenarios, kindly maybe you'll give us further, furnish this committee with further information and also supporting documents, because we will need the information and the documents supporting the argument, so that we will decide whether it has been resolved, because we'll still consult with the auditor to decide whether it has been resolved or not. Thank you. Next question.
Thank you, Chairman. Direct procure. Sorry. Other matters. Unresolved to hear matters. As disclosed under the progress on follow-up of the auditor's recommendation section of the financial statement, the management indicated that some of the issues have been resolved. However, the management did not provide the reports and invitations from the Oversight Committee detailing the deliberation and recommendation of the committee on resolved issues. Further, no satisfactory reason was provided for the delay in resolving other issues.
Honorable Chair, on prior year matters, management has provided reports and invitations from the oversight committees detailing the deliberations and recommendations of the committees on resolved issues, and it is in Annex 14A. 14A, Chair.
Let me request Honorable Rogon to look at the next chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Annex 14A, this is the report on the Kericho County Emergency Fund report and approval seeking payment for quarter ended 31st December 2020. That is that so this is what I have, Chairman. But is it in any relation to the auditor? Is that
because you see,
another matter?
there are issues that are raised in the previous report, and also you see in the previous report we also did interrogation here. I remember we have one report that we did interrogation here, and we also tabled here in this house. We made recommendations, and I would also like to know whether those recommendations that we made, whether they have been acted upon. Because I remember in one of the reports there was an issue touching on fire station. Because I know I'm the longest serving member here and the chair. There was an issue touching on fire station, and we made a very strong recommendation there regarding an issue that happened. Maybe this is a time now to ask whether has it been implemented, and or our reports are just there to be kept in the shelves after doing a lot of work, and then when we retreat and go do reports, spend a lot of resources, then the reports are, we spend a lot of time as members here debating and also maybe approving that report, then it is kept somewhere. People would like to know what other issues have you resolved, what was raised by Auditor General in the last report, and maybe what we recommended as a house again. There is one specific issue I'm following up, and I would like to know. We'll still have to follow it up through this house. In fact, there was an officer who was supposed to be surcharged. That's what I'm very keen to know.
Yeah, the report could have gone to PSM because it was concerning an employee. And of course, I think in the CI Jarama, you have handled the issue on that particular officer. He was, I think he has been dismissed somehow. Because we got him off guard. They acted. The department has acted. We are trying to bring other departments on board, especially on IFMIS, so that we can be in a position to control and handle their issues. I've seen communications here. There were issues raised by Honorable Matthew, and the former CEC marked to the CEO to sit. They sat with the department to act on the recommendations. So we are not saying whenever we get your
reports, we don't act. We sit, meet, and act on your recommendations.
Thank you. Maybe we'll need to look at what you have responded to in terms of, for example, our report. I'm happy because you said that specific one was acted upon. There were several other recommendations that was inside there. Maybe, okay, we'll follow it up later.
Right.
You can supply us with more evidence on how far you have acted upon.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Next question.
Thank you, Chairman. Report of lawfulness and effectiveness in the use of the public resources. Irregular payment to Council of Governors. The statement of receipt and payment, and as disclosed in Note 6 of the financial statement, reflect an amount of Kenya shillings 815,691,599 in respect of transfer to other government entities. However, review of the EP's payment details and the bank statement revealed that an amount of Kenya shilling 3,200,000 was transferred to Council of Governors to cater for subscription and understating the amount of transfer to other government entities. The payment was made contrary to Section 37 of Intergovernmental Relations Act 2012, which said that the national government should meet all the operational expenses of the Council of Governors.
Chair, it is true that the county executive paid 3,200,000 to the Council of Governors. The payments made were in relation to participants attending devolution conferences and registration fees, and not subscription to the Council of Governors. The funding was distributed among the departments that had attendees for devolution conference as participation fees, which are paid on activity basis to enable county officials to attend and showcase their county investments during the conference. And this is shown in Annex 15, Chair.
Honorable Matthew, can you look at Annex 15?
Let me read the payment voucher. Being payment for annual intergovernmental contribution towards the legal fee as attached. So, Waziri, at tune of 3 million, and it was supposed to be 3.2, so 3 million. And then we have 200 payment for conference fee. So this conference fee, we can't, but let's see, it is a legal fee. What's it? This is the payment voucher from your end, the Council of Governors, intergovernmental relation, legal fee, contribution to the Council of Governors. 2 million. Okay, Waziri, there's a letter here to His Excellency Eric Mutai, Governor Kericho County, Your Excellency, intergovernmental relations and legal fee, contribution to the Council of Governors. The above subject matter refers the following the Council of Governors meeting on 6th October 2022. It was resolved that each county remits 2 million towards the annual intergovernmental contribution to the Council of Governors, and 1 million being annual contribution towards the legal fee. The purpose of this letter is therefore is to request you to honor the same as had been agreed at the aforementioned meeting, attached to the invoice of the processing. So
now you see they are varying, the information here is varying from what the auditor is saying, your response, and what the document is saying. Because when you see what the auditor is saying it was paid as subscription, which is contrary to Council for Qatar for subscription, contrary to Section 37. And in your answer, you said it was being paid for attending devolution conference the document is saying it is legal fee. Now, where is the correct information here?
Chair, I think we should amend. We should amend that to read exactly what the letter indicated. Yeah.
No, but here you say
Yeah.
even you even went ahead and say the money was distributed to various departments, and you don't show how this legal fee was distributed to various departments.
Chairman, I know we are not allowed even to read the resolution of the Council of Governors meeting, but one of the resolution is very clear. Engaging the Auditor General to seek clarity on legality of intergovernmental contribution. If that is, if that also can guide us to know that the county governments are not even allowed to pay. I think Auditor, you can.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Section 37 of the Intergovernmental Relation Act 2012, which said that all the national government should meet all the operation expenses of the Council of Governors. It is in the regulation.
Now, even further question is, was this money properly budgeted and approved in line with the PFM Act?
In fact, Chairman, on this one, it is even stated the 3 million that is broken into 2 million and 1 million. One is the annual contribution to the Council of Governors, and the other one is annual contributions toward legal fees, making it a total of 3 million. Now, the 200,000, where I've seen the transaction here, is being payment of conference fee. So maybe you need to explain, Bwana Waziri, or anybody, because on this one, it is completely paid outside the PFM Act, Intergovernmental Relations Act, and I think on this one now the auditor is very right.
Now, do you have any explanation for that?
I think I will seek clarification.
Because you cannot accept that response, eh? It's totally different from what you are trying to support with.
Let me
Or Waziri can defend the response.
Or Waziri, you wanted us to amend the response?
No.
We'll amend the forger.
No, what I'm saying, let us allow us to seek further clarification on this. Yeah.
Now, are you satisfied that is this matter solved? Not resolved. So, next question.
Thank you, Chairman. Direct procurement of certified seeds, breeding stock, and live animals. The statement of receipt and payment, and as disclosed in Note 9 to the financial statement, reflects acquisition of assets of an amount of Kenya shillings 1,754,673,761, which include an amount of Kenya shilling 39,347,827 in respect of purchase of certified seeds, breeding stock, and live animals, which further include an amount of totaling to Kenya shillings 25,038,420 paid to various suppliers for the supplies of vaccine, vegetarian supplies, farm materials. Review of the supported document provided including payment vouchers revealed that direct procurement was used to procure the items.
Contrary to, okay. Response.
Honorable Chair, it is true that direct procurement was used to procure certified seeds from Kenya Veterinary Vaccines Production Institute. This is KEVAP Kivevabi, Kenya Animal Genetic Resource Center, Calro, and Kenya Seed Company, and all are state corporations and distributors of vaccines, bull semen and day-old chicks respectively. Direct procurement was used, having satisfied section 103(2)A of the PPDA 2015, which allows for procurement from a particular supplier when there is no reasonable alternative or substitute exists. Additionally, the county government has a memorandum of understanding with the stated supplies to supply the goods and services on a need basis. Attached is the MOU, which is Annex 16.
Thank you. Auditor, is this matter addressed appropriately?
Thank you, Chairman. Matter has been addressed.
Thank you. We move to the next question. Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Acquisition of assets. Non-compliance with the Public Finance Management Act 2012. Review of the statement comparison of budget and actual amounts. Development reflects a final budget of Kenya shillings 2,582,512,372 in respect of development expenditure budget, an actual comparable basis of Kenya shillings 2,185,937,721. However, the review of EFIS payment details in respect of development reveals payments amounts of Kenya shillings 716,550,842 and Kenya shillings 887,975,956 and Kenya shillings 3,689,420, totaling to Kenya shillings 808,216,218, or 35% of development budget, in respect of transfer to other government entities, largely for health facilities, operation, domestic, and subsistence allowances, and Kenya School of Government training. This expenditure relates to the recurrent expenditure to reallocate from development accounts, contrary to Section 43(1)(6) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, which said that inter alia that accounting officer may not reallocate funds which are appropriated for recurrent or capital expenditure, except to defray other recurrent and capital expenditure. In the circumstances, management was in breach of the law.
Honorable Chair, we would like to state that donor funds are budgeted under development, under capital transfers, economic line items. However, we could not ascertain the amount of Kenya shillings 808,216,218 as stated in the audit findings.
Has this issue been addressed?
Not addressed. Management has not provided a schedule for the payments to be verified if all they were related to the donor funded fund.
Let me read for you Section 43(1)(b) of Public PFM Act 2012 states that inter alia that accounting officers may not reallocate funds which are appropriated for capital expenditure except to defray that sets among other name and address the procuring entity. An accounting officer of procurement shall deal with the request for quotations and shall give the request to such persons as registered by the procuring entity. Now, maybe what I can ask is, the justifications by the management on using development funds for recurring expenditure, such as for health operations.
Honorable Chair, thank you. We've explained that some of the donor-related funds, all of them are budgeted for the development vote. And for us to absorb those funds, we charge those expenditure line items budgeted for under development. You will find in the activities there could be activities which are recurrent in nature. For example, FLOCA, there is an element of fuel, for example, and that is a recurrent expenditure. But when we are financing these budgets is from the development vote, and there is appropriation which is passed by the Council Assembly. The other issue is the 808 million. That is a very huge figure, and we had requested the auditor to give us the breakdown, the list, so that we are also able to support and say that this amount was paid in respect to this expenditure. We wrote an email to the auditor when we were appearing before the Senate, and we did not get that response. The breakdown of the 808 million.
Maybe the auditor can give us further explanation on the 808 million.
Thank you, Chairman. It's the first time I'm hearing about the email. I was not informed of the request.
We sent to the director then, the director Nakuru Hub, requesting. In fact, that was not the only request. We also made that request of the 29 companies, the 29 million, the query which we had already looked at, and where the auditor is saying they will furnish us with that information. So those were the two requests that we had sent, and we did not receive any response to that.
Chairman, thank you. I will inquire from my director, and then I will give back the report.
Okay, thank you. Maybe once you give us the feedback, you give them the feedback, you will share the information with us. Then before we do the report, we will have the information so that we can make our decision. Thank you. Next question.
Thank you, Chairman. Procurement of non-current assets from non-pre-qualified firms. As disclosed in Note 9 to the financial statement, the statement of receipt and payments reflect an amount of Kenya shillings 1,849,303,010 in respect of acquisition of assets. However, review of the supporting documents include payment totaling to Kenya shillings 82,625,787 required from non-pre-qualified suppliers contractor for the year 2022 and 2023, contrary to Section 106, 1 and 2 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015.
Response.
Honorable Chair, the management acknowledges the auditor's observation that the payments totaling to Kenya shillings 82,625,787. This figure is confusing me now. 787 were tenders procured through open tender, which do not require pre-qualification as dated 9th December 2022. Attached is a newspaper advert, Annex 18.2.
Thank you. Auditor.
Thank you, Chairman. Management did not provide the receiving bank register for qualified applicants or evaluation documents based on the objective criteria, nor did it demonstrate that the contract awarded to the most suitable bidder. So matter not addressed.
What can you say about that, Wasini?
Allow George to respond to that.
I believe, Chair, as per the response, we have said these were procurements that were done through open tender. Open tender is a default method of procurement in the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. In open tender, you don't need to have a pre-qualified list to choose from as you floated the tenders. You advertise in the newspaper, and that's the clarification we'd like to give. So the pre-qualified list is when you are doing request for quotations and the other procurement methods. But this was open tender, and they were in regard to roadworks. If you see the advert that we have annexed as Annex 18.2. Thank you.
Maybe can Honorable Rowan, you can check the annexure whether it is the same that the auditor is querying.
Okay, Chairman, I want to believe this is that is 09/12/2022. This is an open tender attracting the various categories. I want to believe that one. That is it, Daktari? Yeah. So it is. It answers to the questions raised by the auditor. And even they have gone ahead and published the companies as a list, totaling 82,625,768. So I think it answers to the question.
So was it advertised on dailies, or where was it advertised?
These are newspaper adverts indicating even up to the closing time where to submit this. So it's a valid open tender like any other.
Auditor, what other documents did you require to?
Thank you, Chairman. There must be an opening minutes, or there must be evaluation. It's a process. But this is what you have been given is an advertisement. After that, after there's a financial evaluation. At least they should give us at least a sample of the process, not just a newspaper cutting and a listing of open tender.
I think you are right, because we need to know whether when there was a response from. Yes. Yeah, opening and closing and valuation, yeah, true. So that it can make, you see, advertisement alone cannot make it an open tender unless the other processes have been followed.
Daktari, maybe you can answer to that, because we need evaluation reports, the opening, even the gazetted. Is it the gazetted committee?
When site visits.
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Rogon. Now, in the Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, there is nothing called pre-qualification. That is in the old act. It is registration of suppliers. So, I don't know if the criteria that was employed by the auditor is to touch on, and they have mentioned 2015, 106. It is registration. And the registration will apply for request for quotations. Open tender is the default method in the Procurement Act that ensures transparency, fairness, and equity in the procurement process. So you don't have to have a pre-qualified list to do open tender. You put it in the newspaper, and anybody even from Marsabit can apply and participate in the process. From the crafting of the query, it is good to agree that if the auditor needed the opening minutes, it should have just expressly said opening minutes. That would have appropriately guided us as the county executive. But when we talk of non-pre-qualified suppliers and contractors, this is not even in the new act, because in the new act talks of registration of suppliers. Thank you.
What I believe is when the auditor was doing the audits, maybe you wanted to know whether this was properly done tender, and maybe what he meant is he needed to know whether it needed qualification or the other way of procuring, that is the open tender, where they needed those other processes. So in conclusion, maybe you concluded that it required qualification, not knowing that that it was an open tender. I think there's a difference between your explanations, where you are, as an auditor, I think you are looking for pre-qualification, and he has explained properly that pre-qualification is for the RFQs and the other mode. For open tender, it requires advertisement, followed by maybe minutes, pre-evaluation, and the rest. I don't know whether you still need, as an auditor, the other one now to prove that this one was indeed an open tender.
Thank you, Manager. Chairman, what I need is just a sample of the process to confirm it was actually the open tender.
Then maybe you need to supply us with the other documents that are required, so that we can now ascertain that this was an open tender and not an RFQ.
George, and I think it is very simple to provide opening minutes, yes, and then if it's possible evaluation. Reason for evaluation is that we have reservation. We have tenders that are in reserve for youth, women, people living with disability, open tenders. So if it is possible, those are the documents I think available for everyone even to verify. You can just supply, and this matter will be now addressed.
Thank you. Let's move to the next question.
Thank you, Chairman. Incomplete refurbishment and construction of shops and stalls at Litten Market. The statement of receipt and payment reflects acquisition of assets of an amount of Kenya shillings 1,754,673,761 as disclosed in Note 9 to the financial statement, which include an amount of Kenya shillings 574,327,451 in respect of construction and civil works, which further includes Kenya shillings 3,176,858 for refurbishment and construction of 24 shops and stores at Litten Market by local company. The contract was signed in 13th January 2022 at a contract sum of Kenya shillings 9,475,064 without end date for the project. However, physical inspection on November 2023 revealed that only 19 shops out of 24 shops were constructed as per the bills of quantities due to limited space. Management did not provide any explanation on how they will make the good use of the 5 shops not constructed due to limited space. Further, 2 shops were incomplete with the following work still pending: roofing, plastering, flooring, doors, and windows were not fixed. Electrical works, the refurbishment to the already existing pit latrines was also not done at the time of audit in November 2023 against the bills of quantity.
Response.
Honorable Chair, the management acknowledges the auditor's observation and wish to clarify that the number of stalls or shops as per the tender document was 23 and not 24. You can see it in Annex 18.3.3A. Additionally, we would like to state that at the time of audit, the works were still ongoing. After realizing the drawings could not accommodate all the shops, The project manager issued additional site instruction to utilize part of the parking pay to complete the remaining stalls, and it is shown in Annex 18.3B. We therefore wish to report that the 23 shop stalls were constructed and completed by May 2024, as shown by a completion certificate, Annex 18.3C. Further, the refurbishment of the pit latrine was done and completed by May 2024. The works in Litein Market are now complete, awaiting handing over to the department for onward allocation to traders for operations. Attached is the status report and the photographs as Annex 18.3D.
Thank you. Auditor, has the matter been solved?
Thank you, Chair. The matter has been addressed. I was there physical verification in the month of last year, October 2024, and we confirmed it was complete.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you, Chair. Delay in construction of modern Sondu Market. The statement of receipt and payment reflects acquisition of assets of an amount of Kenya shillings 1,754,673,761 as disclosed in Note 9 to the financial statement, which include an amount of Kenya shilling 574,327,451 in respect of construction and civil work, which further includes an amount of Kenya shillings 4,342,425 for the construction and completion of the modern Sondu Market. The contract agreement was signed in 12th June 2019 at a contract sum of Kenya shillings 128,945,229 for a contract period of 52 weeks, within which effect of 14th August 2019. Further review of the supporting documents revealed that the contractor has been paid accumulated amount of Kenya shillings 100,442,289. However, physical inspection carried out on November 2023 revealed that the project was incomplete despite the expiry of the date of the project having expired. The contractor was on site at the time of audit, but the level of works that were going on were very minimal, and an indication that the project may not be completed anytime soon. Further, an interview with the management revealed that there has been a boundary dispute between the neighboring communities over the location of the Sondu Market, and the people have lost their lives to that effect.
At a contract sum of Kenya shillings 128,945,229 for a contract period of 52 weeks with effect from 14th August 2019. The delays in the completion of the project has been caused by civil unrest, the ethnic clashes at the Sondu town border. Sondu town is a border town between Kericho and Kisumu counties. The stakeholders meeting have been organized and mediated by the national government to address the challenges as evidenced by the latest engagement on 3rd May 2024, as evidenced by Communication Annex 18.4A. In addition, Chairman, despite the challenges noted above, the county government has extended the contract to enable completion of the project. Attached as Annex 18.4B is the contract extension, which expected completion date or extended the completion date to 14th June 2024. Supporting requests from the contract Annex 18.4C and a valid performance bond Annex 18.4D. The county government has given clear instructions to the contractor to complete the works within the extended period with due support from the county government. Honorable Chair, it is the belief of the county government that a lasting peaceful solution will enable the two county governments to work in cohesion for purposes of completing the projects. Attached as Annex 18.4E of the project implementation team minutes showing status of the project and progress made as at 3rd June 2024.
Thank you. As the problem has been solved.
Chairman, matter not addressed, the project is incomplete to date.
Now, maybe what I will ask Waziri, what is the current status of the project? How far is it now?
Before he answers, before Waziri you answer, first, whoever said there was a lot of clashes in Sondu, okay, boundary is a bit far from where the market is. And Dr. George Kirer knows because we come from there. Where the market is built is Kericho County only. I mean, it's not even, there is no border there. So the contractor, if he's been using this to evade his responsibility, then you need to take up the matter because as it is, it has stalled. Nothing has happened ever since we went to site with the governor in 2023. I only want to confirm that even if you were to go to Sondu, because this is a project under finance and economic planning, where you people are, yes, you will see Sondu market is completely inside Kericho. Border is nearly 150 meters from where the market is built. So, I mean, how can somebody from Kisumu come right inside Kericho and demand that that is a boundary, there is a boundary dispute? In fact, Waziri, there is a shop belonging to one of the relatives of our chief officer. That shop is on the border. And already county government of Kericho has given out invoices as we roll out the single business permits. So how can then somebody claim something that is right inside Kericho as a dispute because of the borders? That contractor is not serious. And I've seen annexure. Is it annexure what here? There's an annexure.
18.
No, 18. For there is already something, a claim, some payment. Maybe you need to check on that. Of course, there is this commitment by the contractor to go back to the site the last time we were there. Then there is an extra 18.4E. So I don't know, what is that 18.4, Fernandez? Is it C or even? That must be 18.4, what? D? E. That is E. Where is it the contractor trying to take up a loan to complete the project or what? But then it has never happened. And if you check, go back to Sondu and see the status. What has been paid is way below, above the completion percentage. Sondu is around 70% complete, but you've paid 100 million. 100 million is what, Matthew? You are almost attaining that where you're not supposed to pay beyond our retention. So, this guy has taken more than what is done. And the auditor has every right to ask what he's asking because we are not getting the value for money when it comes to Sondu project.
Chair, allow me to ask Kirer to respond to that.
Yes, thank you, Mheshimiwa. We come from Sondu. Sondu is really a concern to all of us. And yes, we have We have a contract with the contractor, the contract sum of around 128 million, and around 96 million has been paid, so that is around 74% of work done, and 90% of physical work done. So we are still within the contract quantities. And the challenge that was there in Sondu, yes, when Sondu flares up, there's no knowing where the border is. They burnt our revenue office. I think that is evident in October 2023, and that is even way further past the market. And even one of the employee of the gentleman was hit by, was hit by an arrow in the neck. That is real. That is not, it's not something we are saying, and I'm not saying this for purposes of supporting the contractor. It's the reality. And that's why the National Cohesion and Integration Commission came in to look into the matter. Yes, close to 1 month ago, I physically tasked myself and I went there because we were trying to address issues on the market generally, operations in Sondu with regard to revenue. And on that day, we had a site meeting with the contractor. They equally had to get the contractor to come, and we met on site. And Chair, let me confirm, I'd given 14 days from that day a default notice, which was to lead to termination of contract. I can confirm that on the 9th or 10th day, the contractor came back on site, and I can confirm to this committee the contractor is back on site. He could be having challenges of support from our end, but again, as you have rightfully put it, Honorable Rogon, is that the money cannot go ahead. Yes, we'd really like to support him by paying him another certificate so that he makes progress. But we told him the status of payments and the quantification of work certified are going hand in hand. There's no time we'll pay in advance. So what came out most recently, as late as last week, was the gentleman did a communication to us, the county treasury, because we are the client, and was asking that variations that were effected since project inception could be considered for variation, which again, we are guided by the procurement law. We just can't get up and start awarding the variation, and that is currently being looked at by the PIT. But we agreed on principle, even as we are looking on the aspect of variation and seeing what we can do as we try to authorize and approve the same. The work should be ongoing. So as late as last week, Friday, the contractor is on site. Like you said, Sondu is our home area. I have somebody who is not staff of the county reporting to me every day, if anything. And the moment, and we agreed on principle, the moment he exits site for 24 hours, is just, I just invoked the termination clause in the contract. We are almost there, and we are really doing our very best to support the contractor. And the document you have asked here, that is a performance bond. Whenever we extend a contract, we need them to renew the performance bond so that it is valid. So it is not him asking for money, but performance bond for the contract to be alive. Thank you, Chair.
I think we will need to have the verification of the status of the market currently, especially if you have said that the contractor is on site. Then we need to know what he is doing and what plans and when is he going to complete the project. Let me ask the auditor whether you still have any pending issue, and then we move to the next question.
Constructed on a privately owned parcel of land. The statement of receipts and payment reflect acquisition of an amount delay in construction of modern market in Kericho town. The statement of receipt and payment reflect acquisition of assets of an amount of Kenya shillings 1,754,673,761 Kenya shillings as disclosed in Note 9 to the financial statement, which include an amount of Kenya shillings 574,327,451 in respect of the construction and civil works, which further include Kenya shillings 60,934,681 payment for the proposed construction of modern market in Kericho, which commenced on 22nd February 2021 at a contract sum of Kenya shillings 234,970,538. And the certificate revealed that the contractor had been paid an accumulated amount of Kenya shillings 159,501,390. However, physical inspection of the project on 8th November 2023 revealed that the project was incomplete despite the expiry of the project duration, and no document was provided for audit in respect of the extension of the project duration. Review of the inspection and acceptance report dated 1st December 2022 revealed that the contractor was asked to review the work program to compensate for the time lost and ensure that the work proceed without interruptions of obstruction from site, an indication that the contractor had not been doing much to ensure that the project is complete within the stipulated time. In addition, the contractor was not on site.
Honorable Chair, it is true during the physical verification of the project on 8 November 2023, the project was still ongoing. The county government signed a contract for construction of a modern market in Kericho town on 22nd February 2021 with a tentative completion date of 22nd February 2023. After the lapse of the initial contract, the contractor requested for 4 extensions as evidence in correspondence in Annex 18.5A. The contractor was required to submit a revised work program and valid performance guarantee covering the extended time, and the revised project completion date is 30th September 2024. The current PIT report as at 10th June 2024 is provided, showing the current state and also the percentage of completion of the project as Annex 18.5B. The contractor was instructed to adopt revised methods which will accelerate the completion of works, such as increase in the working hours and or in the numbers of contractors' personnel and or goods, which will be at the risk and cost of the contractor.
Auditor, was this matter resolved?
Thank you, Chairman. The matter was addressed. We did a physical verification last year, October, during the final audit.
Thank you. We move to the next matter.
Thank you, Chairman. 4.6, tea buying center constructed on a privately owned parcel of land. The statement of receipt and payment reflect acquisition of an amount of Kenya shillings 1,849,303,010 as disclosed in Note 9 to the financial statement, which include an amount of Kenya shillings 574,327,451 in respect of construction and civil works, out of which Kenya shillings 800,816,133 in respect of the construction of 3 tea buying centers at Chebole, Tapsitowet, and Kipsia Chesagongo through the Department of Agriculture, Livestock and Development and Cooperative Development. Physical inspection conducted on 8 November 2023 and interview with a local resident revealed that the parcel of land was donated by locals for the construction of tea buying centers, which were complete and not in use at the time of the of inspection. However, the land ownership, title deeds, sales agreement, transfer agreements, land survey, and valuation reports were not provided for audit review to confirm the ownership of the land. The county government of Kericho may be faced with the risk of losing the land in case of future claims in respect of the ownership and operation of such projects.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, it is true that the county constructed tea buying centers on the stated parcels of land. This is under the program of promotion of cash crops in the county government. Before the execution of such an agreement, there is a public participation between the county government, the community, and the owners of the parcels of land before an agreement is signed, as evidenced in minutes annexed 18.6A. Furthermore, Chairman, the process of seeding and titling of the parcel of lands from the initial owner to the community is ongoing as per supporting documents in Annex 18.6B.
Thank you. Auditor, was this matter addressed?
Thank you, Chair. The matter has been addressed.
The next question.
Thank you, Chair. Irregular provision of security services. As disclosed in Note 4 to the financial statement, the statement of receipt and payments reflects use of goods and services of an amount of Kenya shillings 1,041,341,564, which include an amount of Kenya shillings 113,411,535 in respect of other operating expenses, out of which an amount of Kenya shillings 2,415,584 in respect of the provision of security services. Further review of the governance structure revealed that the county government of Kericho, as a directorate of enforcement officer employed on a permanent and perpetual terms of service. However, the county engaged private security firm to provide the same security service at a total cost of Kenya shillings 2,415,584 during the year under review.
Response.
Honorable Chair, the county government spent Kenya shillings 2,415,584 towards outsourcing of the security services for some of the departmental office promises. This was necessitated by inadequate enforcement officers. In addition, Chair, the service was sourced competitively, and a contract reference number CGK/WTR/Q/001/2021/2022 Annex 19B dated 27 July 2022 was made for 1 year for the external security provider to offer specialized security not only to the department premises but as well as high-valued machineries stationed at the office, such as the drilling rig and its accessories.
Yes, Honorable Matthew.
Okay, Chairman, I think on this, I have an opinion, and I think going forward, remember in 2018, where we had Jebwagans, we had a number of youth from this county who were trained using the county resources. I think going forward, if we can engage these young people, even on contract terms, we will be reaping from we will be getting something from the resources that we have spent for their training. So, and at the moment in the village, they have loose hope. So if it is possible, I think even giving out the security services to a private company, we need also to be demanding them to recruit those who are trained by the county government, so that at the end of the day, the young people of this county can benefit through the process.
Thank you. Any other question? Has this issue been addressed?
Thank you, Chairman. Matter has not been addressed. Management did not provide a requisition or a justification letter requesting the outsourcing of the security services instead of utilizing existing county enforcement officer.
It is true. In my opinion, if we have already people who we are paying as county government, why do we need to outsource? Because you see, we have so many other pending issues, even including the immediate issue we were discussing about the pending bills and the rest. We have deficit in revenue. You were talking about the wage bill and the rest. Why do you have to procure when we have excess staff? Not only even in this directorate, but already the issue of wage bill is on the higher side. So I think we need to make the right decisions to save the resources to this county so that we can be able to move more money to development. When you are doing budgets, when you are doing budgeting, like when you were doing supplementary budget, Waziri, you were there, and even after you left, you were really struggling to save and look at where are we going to save. I think the auditor was explaining to us very well on basic things that we should do. We don't have to outsource when we have. Why can we utilize what is within our capacity? So maybe we need to make a decision moving forward on how we are going to handle such issues, especially knowing that the revenue, the other things that we are facing as a county, so that we maximize on money going to development. Thank you. Next question.
Thank you, Chairman. The next report on the effectiveness of internal control and risk management and governance. Failure to conduct the public participation on 2022-2023 budget. Review of the budget and budget process for the year under revealed that there was no supporting documents, including reports from the open forum and public meetings, written submission, online platform, media reports of the venue of the public participation programs, and dates of the public participations were not provided for audit, contrary to Regulation 7, 1 of the Public Finance Management, County Government Regulation 2015.
Response.
Thank you, Chair. It is true that the county government did not conduct public participation. We wish to state it is not true. It is not true. For record, it is not true that the county government did not conduct public participation. We wish to state that the county conducted public participation on County Fiscal Strategy Paper 2022 and Medium-Term Expenditure Framework 2022-2023, 2025-2026 as per the attached newspaper advert extract. Public participation minutes in Annex 20.
Thank you, Auditor. Has this issue been resolved?
Thank you, Chairman. Matter has been addressed.
Maybe in future you need to actually provide documentation for audit, especially even documents for public participation and other documents that are required on time, so that we don't face a challenge. Next question.
Lack of information and communication technology, ICT, and strategic plan. Review of information technology, IT controls, and its environment revealed there was no information and communication technology and strategic plan in place. Lack of strategic planning means that the future events are not anticipated and planned for.
Response.
Honorable Chair, we acknowledge the auditor's observation. However, the Department of ICT and e-governance is at the draft stage of developing ICT policy and disaster recovery plan as per Annex 221A. Furthermore, Chairman, included in the 2024-2025 budget is the allocation of the same as attached in Annex 21B.
Okay, thank you. You see, we have touched on ICT, and I think there were issues also about ICT in terms of resources and the rest, and how the resources are being utilized. I think I have captured also a question here of strategic plan. I don't know whether the auditor was meaning the strategic plan within the ICT department or the whole county, because I have not seen a strategic plan for the whole county. If you can explain further, which strategic plan are you talking about? Is it within the ICT department or?
Thank you, Chairman. It's within the ICT department.
Okay, within the ICT department. This is an issue touching on communication. And you see, the issue I was talking about, documents taking time to be delivered to a department, or even I think this is part of it, because when you cannot communicate within an organization, it will be very difficult to share information, digest information, analyze information. Maybe this one needs a wider discussion on how do you have maybe the question is, do you have a strategic plan in place? Do you have anyone from ICT?
Chair, in fact, I was to be accompanied by the CEC ICT, but apparently there was other issues again that cropped up. But she wrote to me that ICT strategic plan, ICT governance framework, email policy, ICT disaster recovery plan is awaiting the next meeting, the CEC meeting, the executive meeting on 9th. So all these policies are already in place, just awaiting approval.
There are issues like data protection. Is it captured somewhere? Because ICT involves data.
They have talked of ICT disaster recovery plan. Yeah.
What about data protection?
I don't know whether it is captured in the disaster recovery. I don't know.
And then, Chairman.
It should be.
Chairman, Waziri, as also you will be sharing with the CST in charge of ICT. I want also to just pass an information to you that when the CEO and Director ICT appear before the budget committee, that is the department, they require a lot of money so that they can have all those policies in place. But I think Waziri also needs to consider when, as we start preparing the budget for this 25, 26, also they need also to consider, because sometimes they want to do a lot of things, but when it comes to budget, they are not even giving us a proposal so that we can consider.
Also, maybe what we need to know is when you are developing all these policies, how are you aligning yourself to the national government? Because you see, for example, the president wanted to do an ICT center in every ward. And again, in terms of governance, how is ICT entrenched in terms of how you communicate? For example, we have ward administrator in my ward, we have sub-county, and we have various sub-counties within our county. And all this requires communication and sharing of information. You see, we are restricted only to the county as within Kericho town, which is almost 2 wards or 3 wards. But we need to know how broadly you are thinking about sharing information across the county, including those offices which are in Sondu, which are in Tendano, which are in other farthest end of these counties. And again, when we talk about ICT, we also talk about automation, because I think it is in line with automation. How are you aligning ICT again with revenue collection so that they can work hand in hand? Those are maybe the questions that maybe we would like to know. I I know we are about to finish. I think we are done. We are done. We were waiting for the other one. Then it means we have to do it tomorrow. Around we'll be here at 9:30. And what I'm requesting is you supply us with sufficient information so that we'll be able to handle that report within the shortest time possible. Otherwise, we had around 7 issues. How many have you addressed? You've addressed around 2, eh? Maybe one is not addressed. Or 2. Okay, we have more issues, not 7 actually. These are different. Based on this one, we have several issues. The other one is what I was saying. We had 7 issues. This one, we have several issues that we'll compile. We'll tell you how many we have addressed and those that have not been addressed. But we will also still capture in our report. What we addressed, we'll just capture. This report was qualified report. The previous one was adverse report. And I know you understand what it means when you say qualified and adverse report. So I know in the future audits maybe will improve. What we wish is to have is unmodified report, unqualified report. That is a clean report. If we have a clean report, then it means it will be easier for us. We will not have any issue with interrogation, because definitely maybe we'll be having only one issue to address. And again, even if there are issues, it will be a learning point on our side so that we can even become better. So unless any other member has any other issue to contribute, Auditor, do you have an issue?
Okay, Chairman, since that we'll be going through the other reports tomorrow, I think you can ask the CEC whether that report is ready, because they're going for photocopy and doing other things. I think if they can provide now, so that when we come very early in the morning tomorrow, it will be the same trip for them.
Thank you, Andrew Matthew. Maybe the CC can confirm to us whether the report is ready and with sufficient documents.
Chair, the report is ready and it is well supported. It's only that we binded one for you.
I would prefer we have maybe 3 more copies.
3 more.
One for auditor and maybe 2 other for members.
Right.
And secretariat. So that we will be in the same page together.
Yeah, we will.
Chairman, I'll also make a request, Waziri. In future, because we have now a report ready for 23-24, which we are going to interrogate as a committee, the best thing that is when you give us a report like this in time, we will have an opportunity to go through. There are things we will not even be able to ask you for clarification. It will also make your work easier, as ours will also be, dealt with ease. So maybe my request is, why don't you comply to party his report in time? We will do our part, and where we need clarification is where we'll be inviting you for that. And we would also wish that you are taken to Senate before we even see why you are going to Senate, and we can handle everything here, and you don't go to Senate again. Ama Waziri, you plan to be appearing, and Governor will be harassed in Senate, and you are seated.
I think, Chair, through Chair, I'm directed, and we will work towards trying to finish our issues at all. We are ready. In fact, the documentations are here, well supported. It's only that we have one key main folder that belongs to the chairman, and these others which are not yet fully at least we are somewhere. We are ready. We are ready. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe to bring to your attention is, you see, this house is the primary oversight, and even the Senate do agree with us when you go there that we are the ones who understand this county more.
Yes.
When you mention a road, we do know that road. When you mention a project, we do understand about the project.
Very true.
But senators represent the whole county, the whole the 47 counties. I'm not saying I'm against what the Senate is doing, but by the end of the day, even if you go to the Senate, you will still come back to this house, because we are the ones who are mandated to oversight the county government of Kericho. And it is very good, because when there is an issue that is raised regarding maybe a project, like for example the market, we all understand the market. We know how it is. We know what is happening there. So kindly, what we need from you is be cooperating on time. For example, when you request for responses, kindly don't take time to respond. I know the Office of the Auditor General are willing to assist us so that we can be able to dispense on the reports. All we need to do is, once we do a report here, even if the Senate, we still not prevent the Senate from inviting you to Senate. But if we have already dealt with that report, the report that is most believed in is the one from County Assembly, because the issues are in touch with us. So it's better when you are going to the Senate, you are going with a report from this house, which will even help you clear the issues. Otherwise, we are grateful for coming even on time. You came very early in the morning. We appreciate, and also for sitting and patiently and answering questions. I see we have not even exchanged. We have not verbally exchanged. We have just answered the questions as required, which is very good. Maybe what I need from you is, next time, I don't think it's necessary to come with the whole team.
Right.
Maybe come with the most responsible people, because I saw they have sat here the whole day and they have not even answered even a single question. Maybe if there is a future need, maybe we can engage fast, so that you can have 2 or 3 people here.
This was intentional, Chairman. I want to say so, because I also wanted the officers to learn. You know, by interacting with you, they are also learning on how even to make the responses when they are writing the responses. So that they will not just be fumbling around and leaving it to the CEC, but let them also take responsibility. And I'm happy they have been sitting here. Let them feel what we are feeling when we are also here. And Chair, I want to appreciate you very particularly and for your concern. I remember in the morning we caused the delay. It was not planned for, but I want to appreciate the committee for really understanding us and giving us that opportunity. I'm also well guided by your instructions, and we will definitely work together. In fact, the assembly is of course oversighting the executive, and that is your role. So we are not wrongly here, we are rightfully in the right place, and we will work towards that. We will follow your instructions. Thank you.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned till tomorrow 9:30 a.m. Have a blessed evening. Thank you.
Thank you.